Happy Thursday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. I apologize there. I was having some audio problems as you can tell. I'm telling you, this audio guy he's only here because he's a very close friend of mine, very close to me. Otherwise, this audio guy would have been fired a long time ago. Man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I had this thing ready for for a long time, and at the last minute, I decided to make some changes. Big mistake. You just don't do that. Just go with what you got. I want to see if you guys noticed something different on my layout today. Uh, let's see how many people notice the difference. A little difference on here. I put the background a little bit more zoomed in, and I have a desk right underneath me. Some of you patriots know what that desk is. If you know what desk it is, that is right here below me. Put it on the chat. Let me see if you guys are paying attention. Unc Andy in the house. How are you? Good morning. Good to see you on here, Ender. Thank you for your support all across from the ocean. The other side of the ocean, my man. Hope you're having a great day, brother. And if you are at work or on your way to work, I want to thank you for having me with you or taking me with you where you go. Hopefully it's entertaining enough for you guys to actually enjoy work and also stay informed. We listened to some hearings a couple of days ago here, and yesterday I showed you guys a clip of a hearing from an angel mother, and you know what? I got some more clips available for you guys to watch today. Let me make sure that I address everybody in the chat. Well, just the people that are good for me to say hello to. Michelle, thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. Let's see who else we got in here. Michelle's already saying hello. Kavanaugh and Barrett. Joe is pissed. I haven't really paid attention to those guys. I've been more focused on some other issues, but today's episode is going to be starting out with Washington State, which is where I am. Some people that come in here, they think that I'm always talking shit about other countries. Other states. I'm sorry. I saw Australia on there. Other states. But they don't realize that when I'm talking about the corruption that we have in here in the United States of America, it is a lot of it comes from here, from Seattle, Washington. And, well, you know what? I'm going to be showing you some stuff in here, and we'll see what you guys think about that. Let's get it on. Here we go. I want to start off with something funny. I don't know, not funny, but a little different than what I thought I was going to start with. I want to share with you guys some information from my Facebook. I'll show you my Facebook. This Facebook was literally made specifically for this channel. Okay, just so you guys know. So there's not really what can I say? I don't know what to say about it. Let me get this set up here for you real quick. And then we're going to go ahead and share the Facebook info that I have on here. If you actually go to my Facebook account, you can just look it up. I'll have the name right there. Look it up by Dennis Herrera. And just tell me, hey, listen, man, I see you on YouTube, or I'm a member on your YouTube channel. Then you can go ahead and send me an invite to accept your friendship there. And, I don't use it often. I just give you a little warning, just like my ex account. I don't use it often. But when I do use it, I try to give you something good out of it. All right. Michelle is from California. Michelle, some change is going to be happening, hopefully, very soon in California. Now, before we get going, guys, I always like to Nice and dirty. Salud, my friends. That is hella bright. You guys can't see it. I have my light right on the lens. I apologize, guys. But this is the Dennis Herrera Show mug. About 10 special people on the chat have this mug. I'm going to get some more. It's just expensive, guys, to make the initial investment. And I make no money when I give you guys these cups. The mugs that I gave was for free, so there was no money made in there. I pay for the shipping. Some of you guys actually gave me some money to be able to ship it to you, and that was fantastic. I think it's great. Thank you so much for doing that. Hold on, let me make sure I top it up before we get going. Got to make sure I top up. Here we go. What do we get? Yeah, Omar has a mug. Not Unc Andy. I think Robert, who's probably still taking his elderly nap, is not here yet. My man, I think he got one. Who else? There were just like a few special chosen ones. Not everybody got one. Not everybody got one for sure. All right, so here is my Facebook account. I'm going to see if I can move this around here. Now, there's let's go ahead. You know what? We got some time. We got some time. Why don't we go ahead and listen to some of the previous clips that I have shown you guys, because they're very important, but we will actually get more into Washington State. And I'm going to tell you, we got a good one for you today. We have a good one. We have a good one. I will be buying bigger mugs, bigger size mugs. It takes like $286 for me to order the what is it? It's like 24 mugs. So 285, I think, is what it was, what I saw in there. And then once I actually get that money saved up, I'm going to go ahead and order them. And then if you guys want to buy one, let me know. It's just donations. You guys can do donations for this one. It's really not for me to make money. I will eventually, in the future, be making some merch. Now, this is something that I'm going to do myself. So I'm going to go ahead and order this product, and I'm going to put it together, assembled in the United States of America. Let's go. All right, let me go ahead and share with you guys here my Facebook account. Here we go. Now, this first clip, as you can see on there, is from the Young America's Foundation. I want to make sure that you guys actually get a good look on that. Hey, thank you guys for being here. Let me go ahead and start with this first clip here. I will adjust as need to, okay? Here we go.
How in America do we best combat the Mohammedans when they breed at such high levels and they know their objective of to overthrow the West?
What this young man just brought up something. If you go back and you study history, you remember that the Islamic invasion of Europe's 732 AD, Charles the Hammer Martel defeated them at the Battle of Tours. 1571, the Christian fleet, the Holy League fleet, defeated the invading Muslim navy at the Battle of Lepanto. We know about what happened in 1683 at the gates of Vienna. Now look at what the United Kingdom looks like. Look at what France looks like without firing a single shot. Al-Hijra, you know what that means? It means migration. See, the Islamic calendar does not begin when the first convert or when Islam first started, which is 610 AD in Mecca. The Islamic calendar begins after Muhammad made his hijrah from Mecca to Medina, and the violence started from 6822 on. So what is happening today is that they realize, by way of al-hijra, migration, that they can come into Western civilization, masquerade themselves as a religion. It ain't a religion. Okay? Show me a religion that says that you should go out and take sex slaves of women after you've conquered them. Or some of the verses that I just read here. So their principle is first migration, population, agitation, then domination. Those are 4 phases. Now, ask yourself, where are we in the United States of America in those 4 phases? That's why you got to stop this. You know, a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel by the name of Brandon Shaw went back to his alma mater at Old Dominion University to teach Army ROTC. He was shot and killed while teaching Army ROTC by an individual who has sworn allegiance to ISIS. And somebody, again, with a stuck-on stupid card, released that individual early, quote-unquote supervised release, a felon, a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. They did not denaturalize him and deport him back. Somehow he ended up being able to purchase a weapon. He walked into on that college campus, into that room, and shot Brandon Shaw. But thank God that those Army ROTC cadets do what they're supposed to do. And they beat him down and they killed him. This is what we are confronting. And if we don't understand what phase that we're in, because you look at the United Kingdom, they're almost in phase 4. Where are we when it comes to migrate, populate, agitate, dominate? We got to stop it. It's not a religion. It's a totalitarian, theocratic, political system that is rooted in tyranny, and it says you either convert, you subjugate, or you die. That's in their own words. Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are for the first time, believe them. Thank you.
How in America?
So just to give you a little bit refresher, it's not that we hate people. Listen, everybody has a choice. Like our Navajo brother said, ethne, we make our own choice. We decide what we want to do, what we want to be in life. Hey, Richie, how are you? We are the ones that have to make a choice. What type of society do we want? What is the culture that we want to sustain here in the United States of America? I can guarantee you, most of you guys don't want to walk around with a sheet on yourself, hiding because somebody is oppressing you and is telling you that you are less than them, taking away your freedoms of expression, taking away the freedom of being free, being a human being that can make their own decisions to do what, they seem fit. And hopefully, you're doing things that are good, not just for you, but for society. And we have this Muslim thing that's going on. It's not a hateful thing. Let's be honest, Christianity has also had bad history. But you can always go to the Bible, compare the Bible to the Quran. I have both. The punishment for you to be a non-Muslim, if you don't believe, the punishment is crazy. But in Christianity, the punishment, that's between you and God. Nobody's going to hurt you. Nobody's going to throw you off a building, etc., etc. So that I want you to have that in mind. Now, with that being said, let me go ahead and get to our next clip. Now, I was going to do that comedian one. No.
California stole,
no,
man. They want.
No. Look at this clip. This is crazy. This is crazy. Without the sound. Hold on. This is crazy. You guys, the people on the left, they don't want to listen to us. They think that we're crazy, we're hateful, we're spreading fear, but that we're far from it. I don't have Islamophobia. I don't xenophobia. No, it's called common sense. It's called protecting your country. It's called protecting the things that you love, the nation that you love, the people that you love. None of this bullshit victimhood cards will play with me. Seek some help. Knock it off. It's not over, Joe. That is correct. And I hope that the birthright citizenship thing gets corrected. Man, I wish I was part of the argument team. But I know you've probably seen this clip before. Check this out. Look at this. You see that? They literally indoctrinate children from a very young age. We have to make war, she says, to prove that we are stronger than the Jews. They teach us that Jews are terrorists. At school, they teach us about Jews. They teach us that they are bad people. They kill our young. They teach us in school that Jews are fickle, bad people. Americans are not good. America is Satan. Israel is no good. The Jews are no good. They brainwash. They bring you wash into slavery at a very young age, against Jews, against America, against the West, against the infidels, against everything that is not us, everything that Islam is not Islam. Misinterpreting parts of the Quran. Someone can read the Quran and see that God is angry on the Jewish people. And some might read this as a justification. God is angry on them, and it's okay for me to go and just kill them. Guys, it is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you guys, listen, as a Christian, it doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter if the Jews like us or not. It doesn't matter if they like us. You have to understand that. As a Christian, I don't like you. I don't like you if you're hateful. If you truly are hateful. It is crazy that people play this dumb card. They play this victim card. Listen, this Marxist communist, if you don't know what they do and what they're about, then you are ignorant. You are an ignorant person. You need to go find out what they're about. And if you do know what they are about, well, there lies the problem, doesn't it? There lies the problem. All right, let's go ahead and move forward here. Washington State is next. We already know that. I want to play this clip because I hate misinformation. I want you to know that.
One of these Minnesota.
So listen to this first, and then I'll talk about it.
Protesters, the one that ended up being killed. First we hear he's a nurse, then we find out he was fired, he hasn't been at work in 6 months, his family was telling him you need to stop going to these protests every day, you need to get back into your professional life. That is a huge change in behavior that people should pay attention to, and you really should see something, say something when you see someone devolving to something that can get a little more on the level of extremism. One of these Minnesota protesters, the one that ended up being...
Okay. So she says that he was fired. As far as I know, that's not true. So do I think that the kill was legitimate, that it was justified? Yes. 100%. It's justified 100%. We have to teach our children to grow up, to make decisions. And they got to understand, when you make decisions, there is consequences for bad decisions, and there is reward for good decisions or choice making. If you go to a protest and you want to carry a gun, yeah, it's okay. Second Amendment right, of course. Of course you can carry a gun. Common sense should tell you, do not get in an altercation. Mistakes can happen. And well, when you are impeding federal agents from doing their job, you might just get shot. Period. So what is the answer? Stay away. Stop blocking them. Stop impeding them. You saw for this pretty guy, right? The pretty guy. He was being violent. towards these ICE agents. Assaults and violence against ICE agents has risen thousands %. Don't play stupid. We got all the videos for it. We got all the proof. We got all the facts. So he makes a decision to go on a protest and bring a gun. Okay. 2 things went wrong. 3 things. First, he decided to take a gun to a protest where he is actually putting himself on the line, assaulting ICE agents. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he left and he went to the sidewalk. That doesn't matter. Number 2, resisting arrest. And number 3, which I think is the worst mistake that the Americans made that day. They go out there with whistles, begging things, making all this noise. And when the ICE agents are yelling, gun, it's hard to tell what the hell is going on. Adrenaline is rushing. ICE agents have been assaulted, so they're on red alert. They make all these noises, all these distractions. Somehow nobody heard that the gun was taken away. All they heard was guns. And every dumbass, supposedly protester, are guilty of not just impeding federal agents from doing their job, but also from impeding federal agents to deliver a message of safety to the officers and to Pretty. And what happens? Well, he tries to reach in the bag where there is no gun anymore, and the ICE agents unloaded on him. Justified. Justified. Good. Travel a very long distance to try to impede and block ICE agents from doing their job. Multiple times, she put her vehicle in the line, not knowing that a vehicle can also be considered a weapon against agents. Everything the leftists do just backfires. And then she tries to step on the gas, tires peeling off. The same ICE agent was dragged by another person. Nobody on the left gives a shit. Everybody on the left wants to harm our federal ICE agents who are American. So fuck you very much if you disagree with me on that. Especially you, Swiss. Mind your fucking business and why don't you do something for your piece of shit country? Let me deal with mine. And so the guy has already experienced that these people, these protesters that are on vehicles, they don't listen. They'll smile at you and then they'll try to run you over. That's how it is. So good steps on the gas, ICE agent fires. Only 3 shots, unbelievable. I would have unloaded the whole clip on that lady. Justified. You use your weapon to assault a federal agent. It doesn't matter if the federal agent can move away. You are the dumbass stepping on the gas trying to run over the person. Your fault. So that was pretty good. Hey, fuck you, Swiss. Get the hell out of my channel. No, they're not lies. It's true. Now get the fuck out of here, bro. You have nothing to do with my country. You provide nothing of essence, of good, or solutions to the United States of America. So fuck you very much and get out of here. I have no patience for your stupidity today. I don't give a shit how you look at me. I only want people on this channel that care about the United States of America and actually wants to have a good society. With that being said, libtards have continued to break the law, and they think that it's okay. Yes, it is the Democrats' fault. They're the lawmakers, but for some reason, they allow these people to break the law. Yeast, you're another piece of shit, bro. You never come in here. You never come in here with any type of good input. I'll give you a 30-minute timeout because I think you might be American. I don't know. You maybe. Jeffrey, I fucking love you back, bro. That's how we do the Dennis Herrera show. This is an uncensored channel, by the way. There is a writing on there that this podcast is intended for adults. Anyone under the age of 18 should have parental permission. If you are a libtard, trigger warning. I will tell you the truth. No sugarcoats, all directly. Nobody panders to the fools. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. I'm going to tell you something. Barely French, yeah, it's better. It's better. It's better to have a bully like Trump. It's better to have a gangster like Trump. You can call him whatever you want. I call him an American that is looking out for his people. If he looks out for the wealth of his family, then that's good too. What's wrong with that? Let him. Joe, that's right. Gas down 25%. Gas actually lowered to 4.87. I am so sorry, guys, but we will get to that. You guys know. You saw the thumbnail that I put on there. We will get to it. I'm simply doing a sort of a summary for my folks here, if you will. All right, so the next clip that I have, let's go ahead and pause it right there before I go crazy on these libtards. Here's ICE agent. Now, I'm going to show you this clip because what's important to notice is watch how the job gets done. When there is no libtards assaulting ICE agents, making noise, impeding, blocking, everything goes smooth. Check it out.
Los Angeles ICE arrested criminal illegal alien Gustavo Irvin Tejeda on May 13, 2026. A citizen of El Salvador, Tejeda's criminal record includes spousal battery, narcotics possession, and assault with a deadly weapon.
Defend that, libtard.
Los Angeles ICE arrested criminal illegal alien Gustavo Irvin Tejeda on May 13, 2026.
Now that is a mojado. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous because I came here on a 777 jumbo jet. All the way from Honduras straight to Seattle, Washington. Don't hate. All these illegal immigrants on my chat. I don't understand why they come in. Well, I do know. They want to make Americans feel bad for them. But all they do is come in here. They don't say they love America. They don't say America first. They don't say anything good about the United States of America. And instead, they come in here throwing Spanish words as if any American gives a shit what they're saying. Just, I don't know, man. These people make their choices. Oh, but we're gonna go into this gas thing that I can't wait. But I want to show you these clips that I have. Get them out of the way. Thank you, people, for the happy birthday on my Facebook. I got a couple of guys in there. For those of you who call me a fool and think that I'm just fear-mongering and Islamophobe and whatever, why don't we listen from a man who actually was an Islam follower, and he is actually an Iranian. How about that?
My name is Edwin Zagoli. I am a Sharia law survivor. Was born in Iran, and I'm here to tell you everything that you're doing here has been done in UK and Canada. You have no idea where this halal money is going to, how they're funding these mosques, and what kind of a hell is coming towards your country right now. It's 2026. I escaped that hell years ago, and I'm seeing the same thing happening over here in the United States. You have no idea. There's 3 levels of Sharia law that is happening. Right now it's level 1. They come in peace. They come and tell you, we just want rights. We want to be part of it. Level 2 is what's happening in UK right now. You have 2-tier policing. You have cops who are working with Muslims right now. You have Sharia law courts over there. Now they're pushing blasphemy laws over there. And one of them is called M103. It's in Canada. People are being jailed. People are being like raped in United States and nobody's doing anything about that because these Muslims are protected. Level 3 is what happened to my country, Iran. The hell I lived under. The apostasy laws, blasphemy laws, the hangings. These people do not change. They use taqiyya to come to your country, lie to every single one of you, and tell you they're different. They're not. Even in Florida, if you look at any of these mosques, they're pushing infidels. They're saying we want to kill infidels, we want to take over their lands. They're openly calling this out. Go to X and watch any of them straight up talking about this. And people like you I love America. I love America. Like right now, when I was in Iran living in that hellhole under Islam, I was praying to God to come to this country one day and live freely. And this shit is happening. I'm so sorry, but I'm like crying.
That's your time. Thank you.
I don't make it up, man. If you don't want to believe me, who has been studying these people and this fake-ass religion, I mean, it's a real religion because they practice this every day, but it's not a real faith religion. Islam means submit, but it doesn't mean submit to God. It just means submit. And it's a political movement. I don't know how many times we have to explain it and show you the truth in here and how much you're going to deny it. I show you how they indoctrinate children to hate America and Israel. The birthright citizenship mistake that these activist judges are making, that's just the beginning. This has been happening for decades. People have been abusing this for decades. Children have grown up to be adults. Now they have adult children. The indoctrination doesn't stop. Islam, the political movement, Islam has a 100-year plan. They're around their 30 to 40 years already. We see them infiltrating our government. Guys, this is something that you have to understand. You have to understand. It's not BS. It's not bullshit. I'm not trying to tickle your ears with little things that you want to hear. It is the truth. And I want to say this. If you really want to be a spiritual Muslim, which is still a farce, if you still want to be a Muslim of some fake-ass God like many other religions, okay. But you have to condemn Sharia law. You have to condemn the jihadists. You have to condemn the terrorist Muslims. You have to condemn the oppressive Muslims. If you don't, well, there you go. You have your answer. You are also part of the problem. They don't hide it. They tell you. They tell you what they are doing here in the United States of America. They don't hide it. They tell you. Understand? They tell you. UK has seen the violence, the destruction that these people bring into a Christian nation. It's not a coincidence that the European countries are being destroyed from within. We are going to be on the same level if we don't pay attention, if we don't prevent it, if we don't open our eyes. With that being said, let me tell you a joke. This was Ronald Reagan telling a joke. And he goes like this. He says, there was a Democratic conference going on. And there was this kid, he says. He was selling Democrat poppies. Buy your Democrat poppy. Couple of weeks later, there's a Republican conference. And the same kid comes back with the puppies. 2 weeks later, buy your Republican poppy. Buy your Republican poppy. And one of the Republicans says, wait a minute. Hey, say here, kid. Weren't you here a couple of weeks ago selling Democrat puppies? He's like, yes, sir, but these puppies now have their eyes open. You didn't get it? Oh my gosh. All right. For you libtards that don't understand, when dogs are born, when the puppies are born, they're born like this with their eyes closed. So the little kid was selling Democrat puppies. But 2 weeks later, their eyes are open. Now they can see what's going on. Still don't get it? Forget about it. That's all the effort that I'm going to give you. All right. Here's a teaching that I never thought would be so important to learn, Mr. Reed. Love you, brother. Thank you for putting those numbers in there. It reminds me that there is hope, that there is a lot more Americans defending, loving this country. And I'm going to tell you something, man. I was touched. I've been watching all these videos of Americans putting hundreds and hundreds of American flags. You guys know I got my American flag here. And God bless the USA. I will always tell the truth and do the best that I can from here. And, hopefully, we can use this platform to reach out more Americans. But I want you to know that I am so happy that more Americans are being more emboldened to show their American patriotism. I think it's very important. It's very important that we show our patriotism. You should not be ashamed of two things: the Bible, God, and of being an American citizen. You shouldn't be ashamed of those things. I don't care who is the leader. We, the people, we still believe in America. And if you don't support America, you better go find another place to live. It's that simple, isn't it? It's very simple. Now, with that being said, the Zinc Roofer leads this class to help you relieve your stress. You guys ready? Here we go. Sponsored by the Zinc Roofer. Here we go. Here you go. Sponsored by the Zinc Roofer. This is how to relieve your stress levels.
And you can be as exaggerated as you want with this. You can be really. And now we're going to start with Om. And at a certain point, I'm going to invite you to scream. So we're going to start with Om and feel that. Om. And you could be as
Oh, my libtards, man. We love you anyway, man. We love you anyway. We hope that you can wake up and smell the coffee. You know what I'm saying? Sponsored by the Zinc Roofer. Thank you so much for that sponsorship of libtards in the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you, Dark Hunter. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate it, man. And thanks for the super, brother. I appreciate that. My love to see. This is why I love my American people, man. One way or another, you guys are supporting a good cause. Now, oh boy! Now, somebody explain this to me. You guys remember this video from the Canadians? Somebody explain this to me. I don't understand what the hell these ladies talking about. Here we go. Ready? Here we go.
When the budget was released, I was shocked to find out that Prime Minister Carney is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous service.
Canadians, eh? I wish they explained to me, what the hell do all these initials say? MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+++. What the fuck is that? Tell me that these people have common sense. They got none. What the fuck is that? Wait, listen. Oh my God, these people. They're going so far, far left. They don't even know who they are anymore. They don't know who they are. What the hell is WMMI? What the hell? I just don't get it. I wonder why Canadians got took over by the Muslims and the LGBT, the alphabet people. It's crazy. But tell me who's stupid.
When the budget was released, I was shocked to find out that Prime Minister Carney is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. They provided $0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2S LGBTQIA+. This is abhorrent. This is callous. When the budget was released, I was shocked to find out that Prime Minister Carney is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. They provided $0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW.
The genocide. Hey, Vet for Democracy, how are you? Good to see you on here. Thank you for your love and support. Now shut the hell up. MMIWG2SLGBT, for Pete's sakes. People. Your gender dysphoria is a real problem. It is a real mental problem. You need some help. Get some help. You really do need some help. All these Democrats and all these idiots, man, that are over here supporting libtardation, you got to stop it. Stop it. You got to help these people. Stop enabling them to keep being retarded. You got to educate. You got to help. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to do something like literally, really progressive. Democrats are not progressive. The only thing that's progressive about them is taxes and how they go up. But we will get there. We will get to the taxes. We will get to the taxes. I promise you that. I promise you that. The thumbnail is not a clickbait. It is for real. When I share the videos that I'm going to share with you today, and what I have been telling you for a very long time, will be confirmed. We always confirm it, but still, some new people, 70% of the people that come into my channel are brand new. They don't know me. They just, get turned off by the bad comments of the trolls. But if you are here and you're new, I want you to, if you're a man, grow some balls and hang out with us. Reply to their dumbass comments on the chat. You are free. I'm not going to block you. I'll remove them after you give them a piece of yourself. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let them have it. Let them have it. Let them know that Americans can stand up for their country and that they have thick skin and that we're not a bunch of pussies like the Democrat men. Now, when I say Democrats, you guys already know the Democratic Party is gone. If you're an American citizen and you are a real Democrat, so am I. Well, I'm not a Democrat, but you know what I'm saying? Like I was in the same wagon. Now we're all here supporting Republicans because they're the only Americans that actually care about our children in this country and the security of the people and the country. So, there goes that. Now let's get to our next one. We're getting closer. We are getting closer to the actual 73 genders. Woo! Yeah, these guys are very smart, guys. Very, very smart. Here we go. What's this one? Oh, yeah, fantastic. Check this out. Governor Ferguson here of Washington State. First of all, let me say a couple of things here. This gigantic turd is the governor of here, my state, Washington. Now, ever since he came in office, even though Trump was not a president during the Biden administration, I mean, heck, by now, everybody was president with a digital pen. But that's neither here nor there. Biden's administration had just finished. This guy gets elected to be governor of Washington State. In Washington State, we have We have. I'm trying to put my thoughts together so I don't forget what I'm going to tell you. But I'm going to say this. I'm a very competitive person. I've always been very competitive. School has been made competitive so that we push ourselves to be better. Some people excel. Some people become valedictorian. You know what I'm saying? Some people are 4.0 students, GPA 4.0. Others, C, D, but their effort, you know what I'm saying? They work hard to get that passing grade, which is a D. If you want to graduate from high school, it has to be a C, an average of a C, 2.0 GPA. With that being said, Democrats are lowering the standards of education. Now, we have poured more money, over $1 trillion on the education, and the education is just getting worse. So it doesn't work. Now, I won't go too far. I will go ahead and show you a video clip that is funny, but it's true, okay? Now, this is Bob Ferguson. Democrats have been yelling and screaming and telling you, conservatives, you, the American taxpayers, that everything is President Trump's fault. There is an unaffordability crisis, they say. I'm only going to talk about Washington State. There is an unaffordability crisis here in Washington State. We are in a billions deficit for the budget here in Washington State. Gas prices, crazy, right? Yeah. Can't afford housing anymore. Part of it is due to construction, permits, blocks, etc. They say it's Trump's fault. Let me remind you, the administration prior was Biden, not Trump. It was Biden. Reagan believed that every administration should leave it better for the next one taking over. Democrats don't give a shit. It's proven over and over. But here we go. Do you agree with me that we have unaffordability? If you're a leftist or a Democrat, 100% you agree with me. And maybe some of you conservatives agree with me. We have an unaffordability problem. Now, did Trump create it? No, but we do have an unaffordability problem. Now, we complain about we don't have enough houses, but only Republicans are trying to deport illegal immigrants, which will open up jobs and housing. That's crazy. Crazy talk. I know. Xenophobic. Shut up. We don't have enough housing. Let's allow millions of illegal immigrants, unchecked, unvetted. Let's support sanctuary cities where every illegal immigrant criminal can come in and take the housing, making it more unaffordable. The Democrat solution is not make cuts, not regulate population. Make sure that only those who are citizens and residents stay here, and maybe somehow, we get some of those illegals that prove to us that they are worthy of being a resident in this state of Washington. We can balance the scales, you know what I'm saying? We get to balance to have quality people in Washington State. And the rest of the people that don't bring anything of value, out of here. Deport, 100%. With that being said, here is the Democrats' plan. Let's give ourselves a raise. Because while the American people are suffering, the governor of Washington gets a 7% raise. That's about $30,000. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I lied. 10%. $10,000, I think is what it is. It used to be the salary was about, I think it was like $222,000 a year. Now it's $234,000 a year. So instead of taking a pay cut, they give themselves a raise. Legislature, everybody got a raise. Judicial court, everybody got a raise. You know what's crazy? The people didn't vote for this. They let unelected officials pass this and give themselves a big raise. That's just one. That's just one problem that I have. Here we go. There we go. Let me see what's my next clip on here. Okay, so this is. I can't wait to meet this guy, Jason Rantz. He's here from Seattle. I know you see him on there. I'll fix the screen for you guys. But this is Jason Rantz, and he's here in Seattle. This guy, listen, don't make fun of his eyebrows. I got some tips for him so that he can fix his eyebrows. But nonetheless, he is such a handsome man to me because of the heart that he carries. He really loves Washington State, you know, and everything that he says. Man, the guy has common sense. He's one of us. So listen to what he says, because even though this is not on the same level of the unaffordability issue or on the same level of tax increases and stuff, he's going to make a point about Pramila Jayapal. Jayapal, she's an activist. This is what I keep telling you people. Do not vote activists into office. They're the most retarded people that you can put in office. I'm telling you, activists, some were good back in the day. Some are okay. It's okay to bring awareness that maybe something ain't right. But these activists become they become the government. And then we get screwed. But listen to, she is a nasty, disgusting piece of shit woman. Fuck, I can't wait for Washington State people to vote this fucking activist out of government. They are destroying our beautiful state. Man, listen to this, man. If this doesn't piss you off, bro, you guys are on a whole different planet. Go ahead, Jason.
Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal used a hearing about murdered Americans to complain that she had better things to do. It was one of the most disgusting comments that I've ever heard coming out of her mouth. And this is someone who is a virulent anti-Semite, who is anti-police, open borders, an overall rotten person. And yet I never thought she would say something like this mere feet away from the mother of Jessica Gorman.
Unfortunately, this hearing is, it's the fourth time in this committee that we've had a hearing on sanctuary cities. The fourth time. And there's many other things that we could be doing other than this.
There's many other things we could be doing except hearing from the mother of a woman, a young girl, who was murdered. And the mom, Jessica, Sheridan Gorman's mother, God bless this woman.
Yes, sir.
Who never in a million years thought she would be in a position to even be in D.C. to testify about the murder of her young daughter. Never did she think she would have to deal with politicians like Pramila Jayapal, who in that clip just said, I have more important things to do than listen to you.
That was my daughter, and that is who she was until the day she was stolen from us. And I honestly can't make sense of it. I cannot make peace with it. And in what world does the child who spent her life making sure no one was lonely die terrified and alone on a pier in Chicago? In what world does the girl who saw everyone become invisible to the people in power responsible for protecting her? This cannot be explained away, and it cannot be buried beneath a list of unrelated issues that you all paraded before us. Thanks for telling me without telling me that.
Listen, I'm going to ask you Americans a question, and this is how you know real Americans. Listen, do you vote for the president, for governors, for mayors, for your sheriffs? Do you vote for them so that they can work for the American people, for you, for permanent residents? Do you vote them in for the safety of your city, county, or state, even country? Or do you vote for them so that they can give your rights away to illegal immigrants? Interestingly enough, my brother here, Joe, I think it was Joe that posted it. Every illegal immigrant that is in this country is costing us over $8,700. That number might be lower or higher, depending on the state. But it's true. We will not forget that they were giving illegal immigrants flights from Mexico. Illegals. Bypassing federal law. Every single Democrat politician that supported that should be in jail right now for breaking federal law. They should all be in jail, and we should be voting replacing them with somebody who actually gives a damn about this country. We will not forget that they were being put in hotels while the black people and the communities in Chicago and Illinois were practically starving. Illegal immigrants were given first-class help. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. And I've spoken with a few of you over the phone here on my show. And so if you don't follow me every day, you won't see the phone calls. But I have spoken with a few people over the phone here on the Dennis Herrera show. And we have talked about this. Now, I'm a 80% capitalist, 20% socialist. Why? Because as a Christian man, I was taught that you are to help those who can't help themselves. Every American that truly is disabled, that truly needs help, that is an elder person, even elder people that are in pain, they're out there working. They shouldn't. They shouldn't work. I don't care what PBD says because he's fucking rich. I love PBD. I love Patrick. The guy is very smart, very, very, very wise. But I disagree with that. He thinks that the retiring age for senior citizens should be even older, like 75, 80 years old. Like, what the fuck do you think retirement is for? So that you can retire when you can't move anymore? I disagree with that. But you know what? But there is a lot of programs that can sustain the help for Americans, for disabled people, truly disabled people. Not the body able to work, lazy ass Americans and illegals who pretend that they're following the Constitution. No, they're raping the Constitution. They're not following it. They're raping it. I like how people try to censor the words that they use. No, you're an adult. You know the words that will be said. Kids hear worse words in school, in elementary. That's crazy. That's crazy. The words that I'm using here are nothing to what they actually use in school. That is crazy. But anywho, you got to be able to have people. I'm sure you vote for people that will do something better for this country. I'm sure you don't vote officials into government, American government, so that they can protect illegal immigrants. What the fuck is that about? You know, people make fun of the wall, since you mentioned it, right, Duval? People make fun of the wall. You know, the wall is a deterrent. They started excavating, making tunnels. Well, you know what? We're finding them. And I hope that we are drowning them in cement. Make an example out of these fools, just like the cartels make an example out of innocent children and women. You have to stand up for your country, Americans. Nobody is going to do it for you. The wall needs to be built. We have technology, and we are seeing it in Iran. These people, they have no idea the capabilities that the United States of America has. We just choose not to use them. Mr. Kelly, sure, whatever you say. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with standing with the United States of America. Listen, this is a mystery to me. I will never understand why people listen to me and they hear me defending the United States of America. I don't understand. What you see this flag right here? This beautiful American flag? That's the country. That represents the country that I love and defend and protect. I have an illegal immigrant telling me to speak English. Anywho, let's be serious. The main reason why I speak the way that I speak is because I come from a third world country that I love so much. I really do. It's Honduras. Honduran people, they really are beautiful people. Guys, it's just like here. We have beautiful, great American citizens. And then we got trash. Like, we got trash like Gojo Orlando. You know what I'm saying? This is garbage in the Spanish countries. We all have them. But the American people understand when they come into my show and they're listening to me. I hope that you're entertained, by the way. But when Americans come into my show and they listen to me, they can make up their own decision. They can make up their own mind. When do I say anything bad about the United States of America? Regardless of how stupid these retards are, which I call libtards, regardless of how many libtards we have, I never say this country is a piece of shit. I never said that even with Biden's administration. I never say this country is a piece of shit. I never say that. I don't know what can I do to prove that I'm a citizen here in America. I don't know. It's in the tip of my hat. I don't know. What can I do to prove that I'm a citizen? But anyway. Anyway, every American knows that I stand up for America and for its citizens. You know why? Because I'm an American citizen. You know why? Because my children depend on the future of the greatness of this country. You know why? Because that's important to me, and that is the Christian thing to do, which is why this country was founded under Christianity and Judaism beliefs. I don't care how much it hurts your Buddhist feelings, your Muslim feelings, all your fake religion feelings. It doesn't matter how much it hurts your feelings. It is a fact that in God we trust. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is who I trust. I don't know about this whole Illuminati thing, but that could also be true, you know. But we don't give a shit about that as long as you, Americans, are taken care of. That's all that should matter to you. And if you're a resident green card holder, well, then I'm sure that you aspire to be an American citizen. Won't you stand with me right now? Won't you support me so that when you become an American citizen, bam, you have a fantastic nation to say that you are proud to be an American citizen of. That's fantastic, ain't it? Now, I know that you guys are having a great time listening to me talk, but let's go ahead and finish here with the little post that Jason Rentz put on here yesterday.
You know, you're here, but you don't want to be. This is the fourth time you've had angel families. Thanks for telling me you don't care. This cannot be buried under your slogans, your statistics, or excuses, and this just can't stand. So today, I bring this back to the buddy bench. I think Congress needs one. I think every governor, every mayor, every sanctuary city official and politician shifting blame and interest, hiding behind their slogans and talking points should have to all sit on one And I challenge you all to sit down with me, take my hand, look me in the eye, and then explain to me, because I just don't understand. Explain why people here illegally matter more than your American citizens. Explain why sanctuary policies matter more than my Sheridan's life. Explain why cooperation with ICE was too much to ask for. But asking our American parents to bury our children is somehow acceptable. Ask me. I need you to tell me.
I wish she wasn't in this position. I wish she didn't have to suffer through the pain of losing a daughter the way that she lost her daughter. But I'm also grateful that she's brave enough and passionate enough to be the voice of these angel families. I'm grateful that she's taking this position because she is an effective messenger. Speaking clearly, nonpartisan. She's not using some tired talking point, and it's not a conservative talk show host who's asking why Democrats care more about illegal immigrants than they do about Americans. It's a poor mother who lost her 18-year-old daughter shot in the head by someone in this country illegally, and she's asking in good faith, but she's asking that question because she's personally impacted. Her life, her family's lives have been changed forever because of what happened to her daughter. And the nerve of Pramila Jayapal and other Democrats there saying, we've got better things to do. We got better things to do. And, you know, if that was an interview that she gave on MS Now, I would come on this show and I would say, why don't you say that to the face of a mom or dad who just lost their daughter or son to an illegal immigrant? That would be my comeback. Turns out they're happy to say that to the faces of grief from losing kids. They're perfectly content saying that publicly. How messed up is that? How ghoulish must one be? Selfish. And I will say, Jayapal, for the most part, is getting away with this because I haven't seen this get covered, any of this get covered outside of conservative media. Have you seen anything? I haven't seen anything on CNN. I haven't seen anything on MS Now. I saw it on Fox News. I saw it on News Nation. That's about it. That's disgusting. That they are so dismissive of this issue.
I sent my daughter to Chicago because I thought it was safe. You hear all the rhetoric in the politics. I sent her there because I thought she was safe. No, she wasn't safe. It never would have even occurred to me that this could have happened. Yes, you know, Mr. Aber talked about, as a parent, you worry. I worry about car accidents. You worry, you know, that they'll drink too much. You never even conceive that she would be murdered, shot in the back of the head by an illegal immigrant on a pier going to see the Northern Lights with her friends. It's not even something you can even conceive. And I just have to say one thing, because it's been plaguing me. And this is how messed up the situation is. This is why I'm sorry. I get so upset with your butts, and you don't want to talk about this. This is the fourth hearing. Do you know what I'm thankful for? And this is so messed up. I'm going to say I'm thankful. After hearing, I didn't even know what an angel family was. Had no idea. Never even heard about it. There's so many out here. You know what I'm thankful for? I'm thankful that my daughter was just shot in the back of the head, not raped, murdered, dismembered, put in a garbage can like Megan Boss with bleach poured on her, and they didn't fight her for 50 days. And you can actually dismiss the angel families. You can say, but you don't want to hear four sessions on angel families. I'm sorry, you need to. You need to. I'm actually thankful that my daughter wasn't raped. How messed up is that? That I'm thankful every day that she was just murdered, not raped and dismembered. Like, think about that.
Think about that story and the emotions, and compare it to Pramila.
Unfortunately, this hearing is, it's the fourth time in this committee that we've had a hearing on sanctuary cities, the fourth time. And there's many other things that we could be doing other than this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other things you could be doing is making it even easier for illegal immigrants to come into this country and stay in this country, you ghoul.
She's an evil woman. Jayapal is a representative here from Washington State. She's an activist. She was in jail, a real, true felon. And Democrats put her in office, just like every other felon and rapist and sexual abuser and activist that Nazis that they like to put in office. But somehow, for some reason, they like to call us bigots and Nazis and racists, and they call Trump all these things. And yet they are the ones committing every single accusation that they make against us. How can you not understand the pain that the parents go through? The fact that it is an illegal immigrant that took that life. Illegal immigrants is not just recent. Illegal immigrants have made children, anchor babies, for decades in this country. Illegal immigration is not a problem that just happened today, yesterday. It's been happening for decades. And there used to be a time when Democrats, as Republicans, used to fight to deport these illegal immigrants. There used to be a time where our government at least tried to put Americans first. And all because of the hate they have for Trump, they put Americans last every single time. You gotta be stupid to destroy your own family because you don't like one person. That is crazy that in today's time, people still haven't matured. Let me get to my next video here on my Facebook. Today I'm sharing some
Pramila
stuff.
Jayapal used.
Today I'm sharing some stuff from my Facebook account. I want you guys to watch this. Now, this one here is just a little bit funny, but you know what? There is truth to this. So let's watch this together.
We should take Elon Musk's $1 trillion and use it to solve world hunger.
Except Africa's been given $2.6 trillion in foreign aid since 1960.
How about we use it to fix the education system?
Except the US already spends $1.3 trillion a year on it.
Let's end poverty then.
Except America's already spent over $22 trillion fighting poverty.
We should just tax him more.
Except, if you had a bet on who could solve a major world problem, would you pick the government or Elon?
Yeah, probably the guy landing rockets backwards.
Exactly.
Did you get that? Let me play it again for the libtards.
We should take Elon Musk's $1 trillion and use it to solve world hunger.
We should take $1 trillion from Elon Musk and end world hunger. Except
Africa's been given $2.6 trillion.
Africa has been given $2.6 trillion. Did they end the hunger? No. No. But the rationality, the mentality of the people on the left, the mentality is when we have a problem, we're not fixing the problem. We'll just keep throwing money to it. And because of the incompetence of the people, specifically the socialist Democrats who have destroyed the Democratic Party, the problem just gets worse. And people don't understand. People don't understand why I am against illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is not just to stop Mexicans. It's not about stopping anybody. It's not about stopping anybody that can come to this country. It's about stopping criminals, drugs, coming across. We can't 100% stop everything, but that's what it's for, is to vet people. Making sure we have a population control, and we don't want to be Chinese to tell you we have to castrate you now because you already got 2 kids. We don't do that here in America. But if we don't support if you support illegal immigration because you find an excuse to say, oh, they're just trying to work for their family, bitch, they can do that in the country. If you are a failure in your country, when you come here, most likely the failure is you. Just like these Mexicans that come in here into my chat and say, oh, the United States of America is this great because of Mexicans build it. Shut the hell up. How's Mexico looking? No. The nature, yeah, that's God's creation. That's still beautiful. You, the government. Where is Mexico compared to the United States of America? We have a beautiful, well, there's two 747s being built for the next president. President Trump might not even see it. President Trump is flying on this beautiful 747. 747-800 luxury jet. And all that fucking libtard press is enjoying a ride in it. Can you believe that? Even the libtard press gets to enjoy to ride on the magnificent 747 Air Force One. Oh, what a privilege. I wish I could have that privilege. Man, representing the United States in all its glory. Thank you, Qatar. We love you. We appreciate you for the gift. You know, when the Prince, Johnny, when the Prince gave that gift to President Trump, it's because he sees President Trump as the United States of America. And you know who else sees him as the United States of America? Over 80 million American patriots. That's right. He's not a king. We voted him in to represent all of us. And when he looks good, we look good. And right now, we're looking pretty good. I must say that. We're looking very, very good. So with that being said, the President of the United States of America is flying on a 747, beautiful, beautiful, luxurious jet. Man, what a proud day to be an American. Huh? Oh, right. The Mexican president. Of course, we're going to talk about the Mexican president. You ready? The Mexican president flies commercial. Yeah. She got to take a little jacket off. Take the jacket off. Used to take her shoes off. They check her bags. Make sure she has nothing contraband. You know how it is from Mexico. People be flying with a lot of contraband. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it's the president of Mexico. I'm going to tell you, you got to double check it. Double check that carry-on baggage. And she goes through all of this, and what I find very interesting is this. And this is the socialist Democrat stupid mentality. The Mexicans were, I was watching this live, and the Mexicans were like, oh my God, the greatest president of Mexico. Oh, I love her so much. Look how humble she is. She's not wasting money on a private jet. She's using commercial, the humbleness. Oh my God, the heroin. Sounds like heroin to me, but the heroin she is. Fucking stupid ass people, man. You can't make this up, bro. She flew commercial. She flies commercial. The president of Mexico flies commercial everywhere they go. She was flying towards Canada. Wow. Crazy ass. Crazy. You see the difference? Air Force One. When everybody in the world hears Air Force One. Shit. The United States of America. Whoa. Mexico. Yeah. Oh, you're in first class. So am I. Oh my goodness. Can't make this up, man. Can't make this up. Libtards, they want to they say they want to put money into fixing issues in the country. But it's the people that you need to fix. You keep throwing money on democratic cities and states. And what do they all have in common? They don't do jack shit with your taxes. They're overspend. They use it on useless programs. They throw more and more and more of your tax dollars to the educational system, they say. And your kids are more retarded by the day. Every day they go to school, they become a little bit more retarded. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be that we were retarded when we got there. And when we came out of it, oh my goodness, I learned how to write. I learned how to read. I learned how to be a great American citizen. I'm going to get a nice job. You know what? I got to help my parents. So after I graduate high school, I'm now going to go to college. I have to get a job. I got to support my parents. You know what? This job is not paying me enough money. I got to be my own business owner. That, my friends, is the American spirit. Libtards today, never try, never fail. Libtards today, oh, wait a minute. You got to pay me better because I'm worth more than that. The biggest fucking lie and misconception in the black communities is black people telling themselves, I'm a queen. I'm a queen and I'm a king. And these motherfuckers don't even know how to be peasants. These motherfuckers have no experience in life. They got no experience in life. And they say they're kings and queens. Bitch, you are nothing. You don't even know how to pour into society. You think your shit don't stink, but it's stanky. Somebody got to tell it to you like it is. And then you have the real American blacks. And because they're so successful, and because they believe in American values, and because they're not racist, and when they hear America, they see all types of people. Then the ignorant black people come in and call them Uncle Tom. Being ghetto is not being black. You are not born acting that way. We all learn according to what we see. And sometimes you are blessed enough to distinguish what's good and what's bad. Libtards will never understand what the hell I just said. Just over their head. They don't know what the hell I just said. Common sense is not common amongst them. Illegal immigration allows for bad people to get into a country. I understand there's good people out there that are not criminals. But by supporting illegal immigration, you are putting everybody else in danger. You allow things like this to happen. This is not MAGA. Pay attention, libtards. I remember this interview. Don't listen to me. Listen to one of them.
As an extremist, Islamist, I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump. They'd give their vote to the leftist who wants to run around in pride parades. And Islamic extremists are against gays and homosexuals and transgenders, but they want the left to go and get busy with that. They want them, go speak about the climate, go speak about abortion, go kill yourselves, go do that.
What is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim. An extremist is.
You heard the Muslim. You heard what they're about. This is why they tell you. Floyd, stay tuned, Liptard. Today you're going to learn. Here he is telling you. Now, the one part that you don't hear is Muslims are against abortion, but only amongst Muslims. Do you know why? Man, this coffee is good today. Liptards never learn. But I'm going to try to give him some sense. I'm going to try to give him some common sense. Let me try to point some things out. Hopefully our brothers on the Liptard side will change their belief. Somehow their common sense will come out and evolve into truth. Watch this. In the Muslim communities, they are against abortion. In the Muslim communities, they encourage you. It's nothing to do with Trump. This is about American values here. It's not Trump. In the Muslim communities, they incentivize you. They tell you to multiply. They tell you to outbirth Westerners, American citizens. They do that throughout the whole world. They do that in Europe. They incentivize their Muslim men and women to multiply. Despite their violent behavior, despite the oppressing the females, despite of all of this. As a matter of fact, women are so much less than men that a man can have 5, 6, 7, 10 wives. It's a fact. To where us, Westerners, we just want to find that one. Please. Help me find that one. That one. In the Muslim communities, they give more tax breaks. In the Muslim communities, they encourage their children to hate Americans and Israel. And the rest of the libtards, all the illegal immigrants that come to this country, fucking morons, they think that's correct. They align with the stupidity of all the ignorant people that follow Satan. In the Muslim communities, they collect funds to incentivize women to have more children. They make more money. They make more money outbirthing American citizens. With that being said, just like you see on my chat, whenever I defend the United States of America, why they hate on me? Which country am I fighting for? Which country am I defending? Tell me, why are you fighting me? Because you hate Trump? Fuck you very much. Go hate Trump all you want. It's not about Trump. It's about protecting Americans. You know, it used to be. If, and it has to be the legal way, the right way. It used to be like if there was a decline. Watch this. Here in Washington State, I'm telling you, I'm not a lawmaker. I don't do none of these policies. Just use common sense. Use a little bit of critical thinking, and you will find your common sense. Listen to this. If we have a population control, let's say we need, here in Washington State, we need every Washingtonian to reproduce at a level of 2.5 humans, average. 2.5 humans. Okay, that's what we need to continue to move forward, and we'll be able to have housing, and inflation is going to be controlled. Man, I'm a genius. I know. You don't have to say it. I got you. Thank you, God, for the wisdom. Population control, the right way. 2.5 is what we're encouraging people. And if you get 3, 4, fantastic. Don't worry about it. You're American. We'll take care of you. We'll make sure that we give you tax cuts so that you can continue to raise your children with a one-income household. Okay. When population is controlled in our city, in our state, we can give out visas, green cards, citizenships to other people. But they have to be vetted. They have to be vetted. They have to show that they are going to be part of the ones who are producing results that causes the United States of America to be better. Therefore, now we have a decline of babies. We're down to 1 point something. That's not good. With the immigration laws in place and population control, not the way the Chinese do it, population control isn't to how many people do we allow to come in. Used to be 600,000. Then it was 800,000. Well, we can afford 1 million now. They can be residents. The problem is we have migrants who have been waiting for decades. But because of illegal immigration, their cases get put in the back of the bus. They get put in the back burner. Everybody forgets about it. So they are stopping migrants who really qualify to be good citizen material. You know what I'm saying? Like myself. Oh, liptards hate it when I say that. But I want you to listen. It makes sense, doesn't it? So if our population is declining, well, allow us to increase the number of people that come into our country. But they got to be vetted. They got to be good people that are going to make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's no legal immigration anymore. Fool. Yeah, there you go. That is my point. You see that? That is my point. So, just because these fools are trying to convince the weak-minded that legal immigration doesn't exist, well, fuck you very much for that information, but we will continue to fight so that it does exist. And then, we're not just grabbing a bunch of people that are here to do nothing. Listen to me. Listen to me. Most of the migrants, and let's talk about the Hispanic community here. Most of the migrants that came here, they didn't come here to settle and build. Most of the migrants were not settlers. Most of the migrants came here for a labor pay. Did you know that if the Americans didn't live the American dream, if our economy wasn't so effed up, we wouldn't need babysitters. Yeah, we wouldn't have to hire the Salvadorian nanny, the Mexican nanny. If we didn't have to work like a horse the man will be able to do the yard more often. Households, American households will be more taken care of. But because it's so good for Americans, migrants, they don't build, settlers do. Migrants can come into this country, but they got to do it legally and make some money. For example, if they live in Mexico and they're only making $10 a day, by making the sacrifice, by respecting the laws and coming here to this country, now they can make $10 an hour. But because of all these massive illegal immigrants in our states, housing is unaffordable. And so what it does, it creates a clog. Because they come here and they are forced to pay more for rent. So all the money that they're making that could have helped them in Mexico, now it doesn't make that much of a difference in Mexico. Because now they got to pay more for rent. And they got to pay more for gas. And they got to pay more for everything. So everything becomes more unaffordable. Pay attention. And so what does that do? Illegal immigrants continue to pour and pour and pour and pour into the country. Now you having 10 people living in a one-bedroom apartment. They can all together afford to pay a very high rent price, which causes prices to go even higher. You have to understand that there is a vacancy formula that apartment communities use. They want to be at 90 to 95%. Why 90 to 95% and not 100? Because at 90 to 95% is giving them between 5 to 10% people leaving the apartment, and then they can go in there and freshen up and make sure that it's durable and continues to be good for the next person. But when people just bunch up in the apartment, they destroy the apartments. And it causes a burden to the landlords. Guys, there's so much that has to do with illegal immigration. Just because you're an illegal immigrant or because you have a family or friend that is illegal, it doesn't mean that you're going to fucking break the law. You got to tell them, hey, listen, I'm not going to tell on you, but I'm just going to let you know. If ICE comes for your ass, you know. You know why. Guess what Mexico has? Mexico also has ICE. I bet you didn't know that. It's just translated to Spanish, so it's not spelled ice. You know what I'm saying? Oh, boy, the truth shall set you free. But anyway, here is a Muslim. He knows the Muslim religion. He just told you the plan. He told you how it is, straight up. And illegal immigrants, Muslims, a lot of them, have come through the southern border. Now, we secured it, but still. Chinese, Middle Eastern. Shit, a lot of Middle Easterns look like Mexicans. So they just come right through the southern border. And when they get deported back to Mexico. They're not even from Mexico. Because Democrats don't like to vet people. But some of us know better. Some of us know better. Let me go ahead and get to the next one here. Let me see. Let me set it up for you. How, you guys like my cabin? I'm up in the mountains. It's raining. Every day that I have this cabin, it's always raining. About the same amount of cloudage. Same tones in the back. and those drops, they just continue to drop on the same side every day that I come to this cabin. Some of you actually understand my sarcasm. All right, here we go. I wanna play this.
What?
This is the president of Argentina. You guys ready for this? This is the president of Argentina, and this is why libtards, well, maybe some of them, they just don't understand, but this is why President Trump supported President Milei and gave him $40 billion investment so that they can save their peso. Their peso is their coin. And listen to this. A lot of people come into my channel and they say, hey, communist, why you say communist and socialist? You don't even know what the hell it is. Man, these motherfuckers don't even know. They don't even know me. I study all this shit. But you know what? Let's listen to the president of Argentina explain to us some things that apparently we just can't explain it to the libtards. Hey, Scott Norris in the house. Good to see you, man. It's been a while, I think. I don't think I've seen your name for a while there, brother. Good to see you on here. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and play this clip here from the president of Argentina. The zinc roofer, put the beer down. Listen to this.
What is communism? It's the ultimate expression of human arrogance. It's a laboratory experiment that can only be sustained and survive in that laboratory. Because in fact, when it was taken to the extreme, it was a failure economically, socially, culturally, and besides, they murdered 150 million human beings. I have nothing to discuss about that. They already lost. But also the slogans are against Judeo-Christian values. It's built on envy, hatred, and resentment. There's a beautiful quote by Thomas Sowell. He asks, since when did envy, which was once considered a deadly sin, stop being a sin and instead become seen as a virtue? Because he's referring to social justice. And what is social justice? It's envy plus rhetoric. What is communism?
What? Oh, wait a minute. You mean to tell me all the way from Argentina, the president of Argentina thinks the same way that I think? We're Hispanics, and we think the way you American conservatives think? Is that a coincidence? No. No. All the leftist people they have this thing that is a very serious brain problem. It's called libtardation. Yeah, it's a very serious problem in the brain, and it stops humans from knowing who they are. It stops humans from having common sense. Libtardation, it's mostly common amongst people on the left. Most people who try to get away from libtardation, they go to the right side and they support conservatives and Christian values. This is a crazy thing, man. It just, we got to watch out. It happens. TDS is real, Trump derangement syndrome. DDS, is real, DHS syndrome is real. The Dennis Herrera show syndrome. These people, they catch it and they just can't find the cure. And a lot of them, they just go so far left and so far right that they just become stupid. And there's nothing we can do about it because there really is no cure for stupid. Now, for libtardation, if you isolate them and put them in one little spot, it's not too bad. You can kind of walk away from them and you will see common sense coming back to you. But the longer you are with libtards, you will catch libtardation. I've seen it. I've seen it. Some of the Republicans become rhinos because they hang out too much with libtards. And they catch libtardation disease. Man, it's a problem. It's a problem. Don't worry, guys. We are getting to the nitty-gritty. That was one of the most important ones. This is a clip from Mr. Adam Francisco. Brian, I think it was. Brian is the one that knows Adam Francisco's videos. Let's see. Florida man reacts to New Yorkers voting for Democratic Socialists. It's Americans hating America, he says. Let's take a listen to this guy.
It's Americans hating America. And that's what's going on right there. I think they don't realize that the fringe is not the fringe anymore, and they're still voting Democrat, even though they're not. I think that's the majority of the Democrats.
So you're saying the radical wing has infiltrated the entire party?
They infiltrated a long time ago. Now they're making the direction. They're causing the direction of leading the party. Jeffries is not in control. Very scary. And when I was younger, all through my life, I always trusted the American people, and now you start to have doubts. When I was a kid, there were hippies, and those hippies didn't trust the establishment. They didn't want the government to control everything. And those same people that were hippies then are the left liberals, white people who are saying trust the government, have the government take care of everything. It's America.
Damn! That's some common sense. That's some critical thinking right there. You grab the information that you see and you make a common sense what do you call that? Not assumption, assessment, common sense assessment of the situation. What is the one thing that I've been telling you guys? I told you guys before that all the libtards that we have today are the sons of the sons and daughters of the daughters of libtards who said, when I grow up, I'm going to let my son or my daughter do whatever the hell they want. Well, they are now grown up, and what they want to do to their children is to mutilate them. Dress them up like dolls. Unbelievable, but there it is. I play these clips so that you can see that I'm not making this shit up. This kind of stuff happens. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start off. Here we go. Now we get to the gas prices. Woo! I know the libtards are waiting for this. You guys ready for that? I've been waiting for it. Listen, it's very hard for me to be patient, to give you something that I want to give you so bad. But I had to learn to be patient. It's not about Republican or Democrat. There is such thing as a far left and a far right. I don't want those people. But I would like for them to come closer to the center, okay? I don't need Democrats, real Democrats, to convert to Republicans. That's not the goal. It's not the goal to convert Republicans to Democrats. That's not the goal at all. The goal is to wake up the American people and let them know. If they don't know, let them know that their country is in danger. And it's not in danger by Iran. Excuse me. It's not in danger by Iran. It's in danger by all of our enemies who are infiltrating us. And they're using the libtardation of the American people on the left. And they rape our Constitution. And they abuse the birthright citizenship. You know, some people, I don't know, libtardation is a problem, you know, and I understand. So I'll try to explain that a little bit so that maybe some of you can explain that to the libtards that come across in your path. There is nothing wrong with birthright citizenship. Obviously, that is exactly what we want. We want Americans to be Americans. If you have permanent domicile here in this country, you can't be expected not to make children. So you got to be able to make that exception. And if your children, if you have a green card and your children are born in this country, that you are, number one, is a green card holder under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. I said yesterday, I caught myself saying that the government owns us. No, they don't, but they do work for us. So in a way, they have to tell us. They have to tell the rest of the people that don't know this is the law of the land, right? So birthright citizenship, it's just what it is. The Constitution is very clear. Any visitor that comes into our country, whether you're here with a visa or illegally, you are not under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. You are here illegally. You are not a permanent resident. You are not a citizen. So birthright citizenship doesn't work for you. If you're here on vacation, no, James, if you are here on vacation and your son is born here, your son should be the citizenship of where you are from because you are not part of this country. Isn't that crazy? Well, was your great-great-grandfather born in America, in Central America? Yeah. But none of my kids, I'm a first-generation migrant, just so you know. First-generation migrant, meaning that my children's mother is American. So facts is, they're American. Whether I wasn't or not, they're still American because the mother is American. Now, with that being said, I've never been illegal in this country. I'm not a wetback. I am a proud beaner. I love my beans. I love my culture. You know, one of the reasons why I love all my Latino communities is because our culture is so similar. You know, we are all natives of this continent, you know, North and South America. I'm from Central America. And, you know, we are connected in some way. But we have to understand, we have to come to the reality that today's countries, we have borders and we have to protect them. Why? Because we live in it. And if we allow foreigners that don't care about our land, they're going to destroy it. They come into this country like locusts. Millions of illegal immigrants come here to like locusts, ready to destroy the harvest that is going to feed your people. How many Americans get denied free health care because they make a couple $100 too much? The thought of being dependent on the government to supply you all your needs is to say, I want to be a slave to the system. They will never give you enough to be wealthy. Well, fraudsters have figured out a way to do it. Democrats have figured out a way to steal your money without you even knowing. But they will never give you enough to be able to be free to do whatever you want. You will always be dependent. And if you try to work and do something for yourself, they'll keep you broke. Check this out. Let's say, for example, $35,000, family of 4, you get free health care, you get free food. Fantastic. I'm good. I told you, I'm 80% capital, 20% socialist. Fantastic. But if you're not able to get out of a place where you can't be free, you got to work. Why not raise that level to $50,000? There's a lot of areas that's a lot higher, okay? Just so you know. In some states, it's about $130,000 is the median for the 4 levels of poverty or some shit like that. And you still qualify for some benefits like your children do. But you will not qualify as an adult for the service like free healthcare, for example, or welfare at all. Because you make too much money. Even though you don't have credit card payments, you don't have luxury items that you're paying for. You literally are just paying for the roof over your head. You got your food, and you got, you got to pay for medical bills. That can really take a toll on you. You have car expenses. You got to have repair expenses that come out of nowhere. The government doesn't give a shit about that. They punish you if you work. But how about if we reward you for working? You know what Gavin Newsom is doing in California? Oh, boy. We're getting there. We're cooking. We're cooking. They just raised the gas prices in California. Our gas tax just went up here in Washington State as well. With that being said, let me introduce you to a friend of mine. Her name is Brandy Cruz from Undivided. Very smart. I dare call her young woman because I'm a lot older than she is. Beautiful personality, beautiful heart. She has been fighting to tell the truth as well. She's a great investigative journalist. She is the one that was fighting for women's rights, for girls' rights, no men in women's sports. Her and Tim Walz, who is the... Is it Tim Walz? I always confuse him with Tampon Tim. Tim Walz, that actually is a very good representative here in Washington State. And I met both of them on the same place. We were fighting for no man in girls' sports. So here's Brandy Cruz from Undivided. You can look her up, and you can, if you like the way that she talks and the way that she delivers the information, by all means, go support her, subscribe, give her a like. Let her know that Dennis from the Dennis Herrera Show sent you over there and promoted her channel. Here we go. Let's take a listen.
3. We're number 3. We were number 1, and we've been number 2. We're number 3, so I'll take that for today. Washington gas prices right now, on average, according to AAA, $5.16 a gallon. We are a little lower than California and Hawaii. The national average, $3.85 a gallon. So it's going to cost you I'm trying to do the math, about 40 more in
$1.47.
Washington state on average than elsewhere in the country, and certainly there are some places that are far lower than that. And the price is about to go up effective tomorrow, because remember, during the legislative session, they raised the gas tax on top of everything else that's going on that contributes to our very high cost of fuel here. And yes, the situation in Iran has made it even worse, but the CCA, and then we have immensely massive gas taxes here. This from Como News. Washington's gas tax rises 2% on July 1st to 56.5 cents per gallon. So it'll go from 55.4 cents to 56.5 cents. It says with all other fees included, the average state charge comes to about 59 cents a gallon. After adding the federal gas tax on top of the new state rate, drivers will pay about 77.4 cents extra per gallon each time they fill up. And that, of course, is just the gas tax side of it. And it is one of the reasons why our state, California, have such consistently higher fuel rates than the rest of the country. But what's the other reason? The failed Climate Commitment Act. So, as you know, the second the Climate Commitment Act went into effect several years ago, gas immediately shot up. Everyone knew that the Climate Commitment Act, which basically takes these polluters have to buy auctions at market to be able to, like, carbon credits, and then they pass the cost of buying those credits on to people at the gas pump. So we all knew that the CCA would...
I try not to give too much attention to these libtards because they don't put super chats on my channel. But let me just throw a couple of facts down. First of all, it is not Trump's fault that unaffordability is happening. Democrats have been shitting all over the country with that. So don't blame that on Trump. Number two, you libtards have always come into my channel and saying, oh, the war in Iran is causing everything to be unaffordable. Gas prices, food prices, everything is expensive, expensive, expensive. And then I come in here and tell you, have you asked yourself the question, what taxes have come active? What taxes have been raised by Democrats? How much of that gas price are you paying that has nothing to do with the war in Iran? And you guys said lies, you lies, lies. Shut the hell up and pay attention. This is why you guys libtardation doesn't cure. We give you the facts and we say, yes, of course it's going to affect the economy a little bit, but we know it's temporary. Short pain, long-term gain. We understand that. And we know that. But we kept telling you that gas prices would be even cheaper in blue states and cities if it wasn't for the taxes and regulations that Democrats put on the gas. So, if you on the left side have blamed Trump for unaffordability due to gas prices, show me that you have some sort of brain conviction or some type of I don't know, like a little something called soul. Show me. Show me that you can think for yourself. Show me. I can't cure stupid, so I can't help you if you have that. But I can tell you the truth. And now, here's my second question for you libtards. Your city of libtardation that you come from or you hail from doesn't let you see the truth. Gas prices, the barrel of oil, Brent crude, which is the most expensive. This is what depends on the hard moose. Okay? This is what depends on the hard moose. It's at $72. Under Biden, without a war, was still $10 more expensive than what it is under Trump. Facts. It's the truth. Look it up. Use your common sense. Common sense on libtards is like a flower bud. It wants to just pop and open and turn into a beautiful butterfly. I mean, a beautiful flower with butterflies flying on it and bees. And, oh, it's so beautiful. But libtardation amongst the libtards. It's like a weed or a poison that doesn't let that little bud bloom, and it just withers away into stupidity. That is libtards in libtardation town. With that being said, hate me for telling you the truth, but the truth shall set you free. Don't get mad at me because I'm right. Don't get mad at me because I tell you the truth. Are you not entertained? Is the question. Man, it feels good to be right all the time. I'm telling you, man, I want to be wrong sometimes. I really want to be wrong. Like, for example, when I think that retards on the left side cannot be cured, I want to be wrong. I wish somebody on the left will prove me right. I wish that I was wrong about Democrats putting illegal immigrants before American citizens. I really wish that I was wrong about that. I wish that the libtards will prove me wrong. I really wish that we had no rhinos. I want to believe that we have no rhinos, but they can't prove me wrong. We have rhinos. We have problems. You guys, hey, man, listen, you can let the demons destroy your city and state, the United States, or you can fight them. It's your choice. As my Navajo family says, ethne. That means that's your choice. That's up to you. So with that being said, I just wanted to shut some of these libtards down. And fuck you very much, Peter Dower. I'm nobody's actor. I'm nobody's bitch. I hate being told what to do. I don't like being controlled. I like to be free. And that's why I love the United States of America. Take that to the bank, my friends.
Increase gas prices. But boy, did they do a good job lying about it. Now, something that former Governor Jay Inslee had always called for when the CCA went into effect and gas prices shut up. He'd never acknowledged that it was the result of the CCA, but they wanted to link our carbon market to California and Quebec that already has similar auctions. And they just did that a couple days ago. So Washington, California, Quebec signed carbon market agreements, setting the stage for historic climate partnership. So their thought process here, I guess, is we've all got these carbon auctions. Why don't we just make it kind of one auction, so to speak? And they believe that will drive the cost down of having to buy these carbon credits and then maybe therefore drive the resulting increase in fuel prices up. But I'll tell you why they're really doing it. Bob Ferguson, he'll tell you why this deal is really important. Here you go.
To illustrate as one example of the significance of linking our carbon markets.
Oh, guys, pay attention. This is one of the leaders of the libtards in libtardation land. Listen to the wisdom that they carry amongst themselves.
The Seattle Times editorial board recently called it, quote, a giant leap when considering the abandonment of climate leadership during Donald Trump's second presidency.
They're doing it because Trump bad. Got it. Okay. Governor Inslee had been trying to get the CCA on the books for years. It had nothing to do with Donald Trump, but they've got to justify all these weird things they do that don't actually do anything for the environment. They've got to justify it somehow. So they're justifying it because Donald Trump bad. But the key question is this. So with this new agreement, costs, through the roof right now because of Iran, because of the gas taxes going up. So a question posed to the governor and those gathered was, okay, when you link these markets, can you tell us the impact that will have on gas prices?
What's the current calculation for Washington and Quebec, plus Quebec and California in the increases in their pump prices due to their cap and trade programs, and how much what's the estimate for how much this agreement
spit it out,
would
John,
bring those prices down?
See, that's one problem that we have. We're losing conservatives. It is what it is. But hopefully, by telling the truth, we gain more.
That one on.
I can give a non-answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
This guy right here, I just want to tell you, this guy right here is the one that showed up drunk. And the Democrats, they didn't care. They didn't care. He showed up drunk, and right now they ask him a fair question. The governor, they asked the governor a fair question, and he says, I will give them a non-answer. What the fuck? They don't even hide it anymore. They lie to us, and they don't even hide it. And how can you support it? Doggone it. They're showing it to you. How can you not see the truth right in front of your face?
Well, hold on. Did you hear that? That's Joe Fitzgibbon, State Rep Joe Fitzgibbon, who's one of the Democratic leaders in Olympia. And John asks him slowly, but it's a legitimate question, which is, okay, what is this going to do to gas prices then? Because that was sort of one of the reasons you pitched us on doing this linkage, right? And Joe Fitzgibbon comes up and says, oh, I can give a non-answer. They care so little for you. They have so little respect for you. I mean, that is the key question that every Washingtonian wants answered. And Joe Fitzgibbon, oh, I can give you a non-answer. And they all sort of laugh. Let's listen to his non-answer, shall we?
I can give a non-answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. So, as we've extensively discussed since the passage of the program, right, there are compliance costs that the Climate Commitment Act imposes on fuel suppliers, and then it's up to them how much of those costs they choose to pass on to people at the pump, right?
Wait a second. Okay, we all know that to be true. We've known it since the beginning, but I don't know that I've ever seen a Democrat in Olympia acknowledge that there are compliance costs. I mean, they've literally never acknowledged that the CCA directly leads to higher gas prices. And there's Joe Fitzgibbon, now that Jay Inslee's out of office and now they have a comfortable majority, he's like, oh yeah, I mean, there's compliance costs. Of course they are. We were called like liars for saying this. It's like, there's compliance costs and it's really up to them. It's not our fault. It's up to them how much they want to pass on to consumers. I mean, we went 2-3 years with Governor Jay Inslee saying, what about gas prices in the CCA?
At what point are you going to tell the people of Washington State that they're going to possibly see much higher gas prices next year because of the CO2 emissions tax? Which,
well, that's not true. They're not going to see much higher gas prices. They may be even lower than they are today. This is going to have minimal impact, if any. Pennies. We're talking about pennies, potentially.
When this, just so you know, there's a slogan that we have here in Washington State, and it goes like this. Fuck Jay Inslee. We caught him lying to us over and over and over. And when we called him out on this, that's right, we called him out on this. He said gas prices would not go up because of the CCA. He says not one pennies. If anything, the price of gas is going to go down. And we caught them in a lie, and they said we are lying when we told them that gas prices would go up. This has nothing to do with Trump, by the way. This is the previous governor. The piece of shit governor, which happens to be a Democrat. Coincidence? I think not. This is the same moron that thinks that we're so stupid that we're not going to figure it out. You know what he said when Chaz came about, when they took the police precinct in Seattle? Do you know what he said to us? Oh, I didn't know. You're the damn governor, and you don't know what the hell is happening in your city and state? Everybody and the mama knew. You didn't know as the governor? The lieutenant governor didn't advise you? Nobody from your administration beeped you, text you, messaged you in some way, gave you a call on the red phone, the black phone? Nobody? Yeah, they think we're stupid. Antifa took over the police precinct here in Seattle, Washington. The DEA hired black chief of police, a woman, of course. She resigned. Well, no shit, Sherlock. How the hell do you let Antifa take over your precinct? You guys are fucking police officers. That's crazy. Don't hate me for telling you the truth. Don't hate me for opening your eyes. You wanna stay plugged into the matrix? That's your fucking choice. The rest of us want to live under truth, transparency. We vote for people to be in governor to take care of our state, to take care of the American people. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, just wanted to clarify that out.
I mean, we all knew it was the biggest lie of all time when he was telling it. We all knew that, but now it's so casually. For Joe Fitzgibbon to say, I'll give you a non-answer, yeah, of course there's compliance costs, but if they pass those costs along to you, that's not our fault. I mean, it's outrageous. So then he continues with his non-answer about how will this linkage reduce gas prices, if at all.
We don't know with precision where the clearance price for the joint auction is going to settle once California, Quebec, and Washington are all administering joint auctions. In general, the joint California-Quebec market has had lower auction prices, lower allowance prices than the Washington market. So our expectation is that it will bring down allowance prices for those 96 covered entities, including fuel distributors in our state. But we don't want to predict that with precision because this is for a market to decide. It's that the whole structure of the program is that the supply and demand of these allowances will settle that. But in general, my expectation is that allowance prices will be lower once we have a linked market than they have been.
So first of all, Joe Fitzgibbon suddenly in favor of free markets all of a sudden. The market will decide. Gee, let's apply that to some other policies that you've pushed through. But his short answer is we don't know. We have no clue. And we don't even know, frankly, if it will reduce gas prices. But then he points to, California has been doing this with Quebec, and their rates have been great. And so we expect that. What was California's gas prices today?
There's nothing more beta than a mangina libtard. That's you, Johnny. Beta. Hey, let's remember. Wait a minute. What did you say? Oh, by the way, Brandy has given me permission to show her video, so shut the hell up if you don't like me showing it. Brandy is amazing. Look at the average, national average, $3.84. $3.84. That is the national average. By the way, the Brent oil, highest price, $72 right now. $69, $68 in WTI. That's West Texas oil. That's our our national oil. $3.84. Now, I'm going to be fair. This was yesterday. Today, I saw the price of gas at the cheapest gas station, by the way, at $4.86. On a Shell, of course, is still over $5, $5.60 or something like that. They do price gouge, and they sell you this thing of, this is better oil. I mean, this is better gas than the cheap Costco and Kroger and, Safeway or whatever it is, that you guys' cheapest gas station is over there. But it's not true, okay? I have pumped on both, and I get the same result in my car. If you have a car that runs on regular gas, put in premium gas, doesn't do shit. You might lie to yourself and think that improves the performance. It doesn't. If anything, it actually fucks it up more. In due time. Continue, Brandy. Love this girl, man. She has some brains on her. I am glad that she is here in Washington State. I can't wait to get and meet with her again. I am sure that we're going to do that, especially if I do decide to run for governor in a couple of years here, to try to beat this moron that is destroying our beautiful Washington State.
Again? Oh, yeah, higher than Washington's. $5.43. So, yeah, I mean, I know a lot of that is the gas tax in California, but it's also a result of their carbon auctions that, yes, they've been doing with Quebec, but you still have Californians paying the second highest gas prices in the nation. So if you're trying to tell me that we're linked with California now, so we're going to do just as good as California, then that's not very good. I mean, it's such nonsense. They absolutely sell a load of BS to people. And I don't know if you spotted this. Do you see who was in the room behind old Bob Ferguson? Oh, the climate guru himself, former Governor Jay Inslee, was there. Of course he has to be. He's the architect of the CCA. He's
Data
the
daddy himself.
Data daddy. Oh, yes, good OG Dory Monson reference. The data daddy himself, who set all these nonsense climate goals that'll never be achieved, not in his lifetime, not in our lifetime, not in our grandkids' lifetimes, because they're impossible. Who lied about, oh, it'll only cost pennies, or you know what, gas will even be cheaper. Who lied through his teeth to basically turn himself into the climate governor with no track record to prove it, run for a presidential bid as the climate candidate to get 1% and fail miserably, and then go on to the private sector and pat his pockets through the climate grift that he created. But of course, Bob Ferguson felt compelled to give him a shout out for all his great work.
I do think I saw over my shoulder, hiding in the back, my predecessor, Governor Jay Inslee. Please give Governor Inslee a round of applause. I know Governor Inslee and his administration, of course, and many individuals with his administration. He's been I've said it many times, I've traveled the state of Washington, his leadership on issues related to climate are
what?
Significant.
Significantly bad. I don't blame Bob. I couldn't. If I were saying that, I wouldn't be able to come up with an accurate word either. His climate are they're significant. Yeah, significantly false. Significant.
Working on it, James. Working on it, brother. Thank you for the happy birthday, by the way. I don't check my Facebook that often, so thank you, brother. Much love to you and your family and the gang over there.
Horrible. It's also embarrassing, and at the end of the day, like so many policies passed at Olympia, you're the ones that end up suffering from it. Absolutely outrageous. That segment is brought to you in partnership with our friends at Future 42. Turn your frustration.
I can't play that because that is not something that YouTube will let me do. So I apologize about that. But visit Brandy Cruz from Undivided. Fantastic, phenomenal woman who really cares about Washington State. She was a Democrat, just like many of us have supported Democrats in the past. But the facts cannot be hidden forever. There's a reason why Bob Ferguson does not allow her to be in a press conference with them, because he doesn't like the questions that she asks. And she's asked the tough questions that we Washingtonians want answers to. James Patterson's in the chat. I think there's a couple of more Washingtonians here. Thank you, Jordan. There's a couple of Washingtonians here that know that the Democratic Party here has been raping our Constitution, our Washington State Constitution. They want to remove sheriffs and have people that are not put in place, that are not elected. They want to take the power from the people to elect their sheriffs. Let's be clear. Only a sheriff can arrest the governor. Isn't that interesting? Did you know that? Only a sheriff can arrest the governor if he's found guilty of anything. So they want to control, they want to be able to appoint their own sheriff. What else do they want? They want to pack the house. Yeah, Antifa loves them. It's funny, right? Because they are the fascists. They are the bigots. They are the racists. They are the ones that hate Americans. They hate us being of different shades of colors and cultures and ethnicities. Democrats hate that. They want the stupid people. The stupid people continue to vote for Democrats today, even after they've shown their true colors. Uneducated and stupid is not the same thing, just so you know. But that is crazy. Newsom. Yeah, we'll go down south. We'll go down south just because they're connected now, right? But then you already know the truth. They lie to us about prices going up. And when they do go up, they can't hide it no more. They blame it on Trump. I call them out. He makes a little tiny private press conference only with the union people. Listen, I'm not 100% against unions. But let me tell you something. just let me just tell you something. I know, Jeffrey. Calm down, SA. We'll get there. We'll get there, Jeffrey. When I was a steward for the union here in Washington State, in Bothell, to be more specific, you guys, if you're Washingtonian, you know where Bothell is. I learned that per every employee, listen to this, per employee, the union was making $4 to $5 an hour per employee. Let that sink in. Let that sink in a little bit. So if you were making $15 an hour, the company was paying $20 an hour. Why do you need a union? If you have no union, you get an extra $4 to $5 an hour in your pocket. You can still protest. The government can still support that. I mean, the Democrats have made it to where you can protest for 2 weeks and get paid. That is crazy. And who pays the protesters? The taxpayers, of course. Yeah, we have a problem here in Washington State, which happens in every blue state. We have migration of money. Money is leaving us, and they're going to red states. Well, at least it's staying in the United States of America. I know James Patterson feels the same. We want this garbage, this incompetent government to get out. It's funny that you said we don't want lawyers to be politicians. They're corrupted. They're expert liars, but they're only expert liars to the people who are fools, ignorant, and naive. To those who are gullible, and we are neither of those. Let's go ahead and jump down. Let me see. I think I already played that. I will play a clip from Fox, but let's go down to Newscom. Let's see what's going on down there. Now, before I play this clip, I'm going to tell you this. Newscom posted on X that but the government can shut down and have us work 45 days without getting paid until it opens. Bruh, that is ridiculous. I know, brother. I'm with you. Trust me. You know what's crazy is, I don't know. That's just the way people are, man. I just hope that we wake people enough so that they can understand the harm that they're causing our state, our country. You know, that we know that we don't want these lawyers in office. They don't care about us, period. They don't care about us. Instead of taking a pay cut, Jay Inslee, another piece of shit, the governor receives a 7% pay rate increase, who was approved by unelected people. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? Tell me that you know that's crazy. That is very crazy. It bothers me. It's funny that I said if I was a governor, I would actually take a pay cut and see where we can put some money in. You know what I'm saying? Got to be able to do something. And I'll be throwing my taxes in, because if I take that pay cut, I better be getting some credits on my taxes. You know what I'm saying? We're not stupid either. We got to be able to take care of ourselves. So we're going to jump into California. There's a lot of things that I can say about Washington State, but I try to bring some news about Washington State, but more towards just American people in general. Let's go ahead and see what Fox has to say about Gavin Newsom. Happy 250th, Americans. God bless you and your family, man. Much love from me to yours.
Are set to hit the road this weekend to celebrate America's 250th birthday, just as California drivers are paying more at the pump. The state's gas tax is up 2.2 cents. I was going to say percent. It's up 2.2 cents a gallon. That's the highest gas tax in the country. Joining us now for reaction, radio host Jason Rantz. Good to see you, Jason. What do you make of this latest legislation from Newsom? It just continues to crush people who live in California at the pump. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's not, to be clear, it's not just California. Like here in Washington State, our gas taxes went up today as well. And this is coming from the exact same party that decided to go after Donald Trump and say the only reason gas prices are going up was because of the war with Iran. There's no doubt that obviously played a role, but they were out there talking about how the president doesn't care about the American people, citing the gas prices, while actively picking policies that raise the price of gasoline. We could all look at this and say they obviously didn't care back then when they were talking about it, and they don't care right now. They can make a choice not to raise the taxes, not to pursue these policies that create such expensive conditions for gas and oil, but they're choosing to go down that pathway because ultimately they want the prices to go up because they want to get people out of cars and gas-powered cars and into EVs. This has always been on their agenda.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and how's that working out? Listen, if you think about driving this weekend, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, well, he has some advice to you. Listen to this, Jason.
So if anybody's driving for the 4th of July, a holiday, here's a tip. If you want to save over 50 cents on a gallon of gas, fill up in a red state. The average price in red states is 53 cents lower than it is in blue states. The blue states, and I say blue states, those are states controlled by state legislatures that have adopted policies of less energy subtraction as opposed to energy addition.
So you know what, Jason, what's really strange, and we talk about this a lot, is, so okay, blue states, you pay a lot more for gas than red states, because of the policies of the Democrats. Why is it so hard, and why would voters continue to vote for more expensive gas among many, many different items?
Two main reasons. Number one, I honestly don't think most people realize that. I mean, if you talk to the average person, could they really, connect the dots to policy specifically around gas prices? And I don't think the average person can. Local media, I don't think, does a particularly good job in explaining this. But the other reason is you've got a lot of folks who like to say that they are supporting the environment, helping protect the environment, and they're okay with this kind of increase. And, generally, okay, I understand why someone who cares about the environment is okay with slightly higher prices around gasoline. But the problem is when everything is going up as far as cost of living, housing to food, at some point you're going to have to pick and choose what you're okay with raising the prices on. And, gas right now is already too high. It seems like we should be taking a little bit of a pause. But keep in mind, in Idaho, for example, they're getting oil from the same refineries as Washington and California, and yet our states are so incredibly high right now as far as the price compared to where it is in Idaho.
It doesn't seem that difficult to figure it out, but we'll have to leave it there. Jason Rantz, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. All right, now listen to this.
Let me show you something else. Now, what I want to tell you is that Gavin Newsom says that 23 million Californians are going to get a tax refund on gas prices. Tax refund. In the meantime, he just raised it up more. I always say to people, a tax refund is a huge difference than a tax cut. A tax cut is permanent, and it cuts the cost permanently. A refund is just another way of saying we're going to rip you off and then give you some of that change back. Not all of it. Let me see here. I had a little post in here from the Supreme Court refuses to let Trump remove copyright chief for now. What the hell is that about? The U.S. Supreme Court declined Tuesday to let President Donald Trump immediately remove the nation's top copyright official, leaving Shira Perlmutter in her position. At the same time, the legal battle over her dismissal continues. In an unsigned order, the justices denied the Justice Department's request to lift a lower court ruling that temporarily blocked Trump's effort to remove Perlmutter as Register of Copyrights and Director of the U.S. Copyright Office. And a bunch of useless fucking information. If you like that kind of stuff, man, that's not something I'm into. Man, I'm just not into that, man. I'm not into that. There was a live yesterday from our great POTUS. I might play it. I think I will play it. But I do have another video that I want to play for you. And this is important because, well, let's take a listen to see what the argument here is. But you guys know that the housing bill was passed by the House, and, you know, President Trump says, nope, I'm not signing that shit unless I get my Save America Act passed. Then I'll sign the document. So Democrats are losing their hair more than me. And, well, let's take a look and see what their argument is. Let's take a listen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like my remarks printed in the Journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to the callous actions of the President yesterday. There was just a bill, a housing bill, the most serious thing Congress has done to cut red tape, build more housing, and lower housing costs in a generation. It passed with sweeping support from both parties. 358 to 32 in the House and 85 to 5 in the Senate. A bill signing was scheduled. The stage was built. The podium and the signing desk were placed. But 90 minutes before the bill signing, the president canceled the ceremony. The legislation would have made it easier to build homes. It would have stopped Wall Street investors from buying up the houses that our families are trying to buy. It would have protected affordable housing in our rural communities and so much more. In Michigan, the average home now costs $270,000. To afford that home, a family needs to make well over $100,000 a year. The median household income in Michigan is around $70,000, $30,000 short. The average age of the first-time home buyer is close to 40 years old, an all-time high. Why? Because it is simply out of reach for more and more of our residents. This bill wouldn't have fixed all of it, but it would be a real start. So why did the president walk away? Because he wants to overhaul our elections and make it significantly harder for millions of Michiganders to vote. The SAVE Act would require people to show proof of citizenship that matches their current legal name, documents like a passport and a birth certificate. Only 39.7% of Michiganders hold a passport. That means that a majority of our citizens could be disenfranchised. Nationally, almost 80% of women choose to change their last names when they get married, meaning that the name on the birth certificate would not match the name on their driver's license.
Useless American citizens. Useless American citizens. Number one, President Trump says that you will still have some mail-in ballot access, military, you know, people that really can't go to the booth. That's not being removed. There's still going to be some, you know, some ballot mailings. But you just got to prove that you're an American citizen to continue to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to tell you, useless Americans. If you get offended by me calling you a useless American, let me tell you why. Illegal immigrants sell their properties, their houses. They travel thousands of miles to come into this country illegally, risking immediate deportation, risking being jailed and then deported. And you can't get one of these? Somalis, the low IQ people, they have passports. They travel back to Somalia 3, 4, 5, 6 times a year. Thousands of dollars. Go check the plane tickets. Thousands and thousands of dollars. And you American can't get a fucking passport? Fucking pathetic. You a married woman. You can't go to court and get a marriage certificate? Your birth certificate? You gotta be fucking kidding me. That is the stupidest fucking excuse that I have heard for not showing voter ID or proving citizenship. Huh. What the fuck? I don't understand. If you're an American and you have a bank account, you wouldn't show an ID. You prove that you have a social security number. You can't open a bank account without a social security number. How did you work? How do you know? How do people know who you are? Do you own a house? Do you rent an apartment? Are you just homeless? Okay, I got you. I understand that. You're homeless. What is your excuse? Don't get offended. Do something to fix it. I spent $150 because I got it expedited. And I'm about to go spend another $130, $150 to get a new passport so that I can have President Trump's image on my passport. That's going to be fantastic. Illegal immigrants travel thousands of miles, sell their properties, houses. They spend tens of thousands of dollars to come here illegally. And you call yourself an American citizen? Pah! The fuck kind of American are you? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is the people you listen to. This is Fox, the biased news. You don't have to own an apartment, jackass. But you do need to show a passport, an ID, a bank account, social security number. You gotta show your identification for who you are to be able to rent an apartment. But you morons on Libtardation Town just don't get it. Just don't get it. And I'm sorry, not everybody has common sense. I get it. But, you know, even after I tell myself that there's no way to convince these libtards that they're wrong, that they need to wake up, I continue to try to do it anyways. I just don't know. Maybe I'm just insane. I keep trying to open your mind, to open your eyes, to convince you of the truth that you got to step up for America first. It just doesn't work for some reason.
In Michigan, over 2.2 million married women have changed their surnames. That means that a quarter of the 8 million voting-aged adults in Michigan could be disenfranchised. So this is the trade that the American people are watching this week. The president is holding hostage the most significant federal housing legislation we have seen in decades, canceling an opportunity to build more homes, drive your costs down in the middle of a cost of living crisis. His ransom? Your right to vote. In Michigan, we know that we can secure our elections and build housing. Michiganders made that clear in 2022 with the passage of Prop 2. We passed 9 days of early voting, allowed for anyone to vote via absentee ballot, ballots which are already available today for the August.
Then you don't get to vote. It's that simple. If you can't make the effort to protect our elections, even if you are a citizen, then you don't get to vote. It's that fucking simple. But the fact is that if you are an American citizen, you already registered to vote. Why is it so hard to prove that again? If your mama is 98 years old and she can't prove her citizenship, then she don't get to vote. Fuck you, Sink Roofer. I don't even know why I give you attention. You're not worth my time.
Primary. We guaranteed paid postage on absentee ballots and a way to track them to ensure that they are received. We made Michigan a place where it is easier to vote and easier for your vote to be counted.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Not harder. Michigan's elections are now ranked among the strongest and most secure in the nation. We also passed record funding to build hundreds of thousands of units of housing. Through the incredible work of this legislature, prioritizing housing in our budget and of MSHDA under Gretchen Whitmer, we've built or rehabbed nearly 100,000 homes. Significant progress towards closing the gap on our housing needs to meet demand and driving costs down. Protecting our rights and
We'll put you to the test, Sorpita. We'll put you to the test. Because once the Save America Act goes through and it becomes law, we'll put your hypocritical statement to the test. We'll see what happens then. We'll see if you respect the law. If you don't respect immigration law, well, fuck, you're not going to respect any law.
lowering costs are not only both possible, but essential. Your government works for you. Your tax dollars are yours. And the right to vote is not a bargaining chip. It is not something that a president gets to dangle over your head until you give him what he wants. The people of Michigan are not pawns in this game. They are taxpayers. They are homeowners and renters and the people working two jobs to become one or the other. They are voters, and they are watching. So to every Michigander who heard this week that your housing got canceled so your vote could get harder, here in Michigan, we will keep fighting for you, protecting your right to vote, building more housing, and we reject the callous power grab by the president. Colleagues, I ask that you join me in doing the same. Michiganders are counting on you.
Michiganders or Somalians? Michiganders, just like the one illegal immigrant, the Maryland father. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna need you. If you're moderating, just go ahead and clear the chat. I don't want this distractions. Just give them 30 minutes. Let them talk. Let them talk shit to themselves for 30 minutes. Any negative comment, just get rid of them. 30 minutes, everybody. 30 minutes. Just give them 30 minutes. Everybody get 30 minutes. Anybody that is a negative comment, I don't give a shit. Fuck them. They don't want to come in here and have respect. Fuck them. Just put them in timeout. Now, there is developing U.S. Navy races to find missing airmen in the Arabian Sea. What the hell happened here? Let's take a look.
President Trump touting our latest progress with Iran after the two sides wrapped up indirect talks in Qatar yesterday.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yanks joins us now from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Mediators in Qatar announced that positive progress was made in those technical talks on Wednesday in Doha aimed at advancing the memorandum of understanding. Already the Iranians are starting to admit that some nuclear inspections will take place, and ultimately some of the money for sanctions relief will be used to purchase goods for the Iranian people. President Trump was asked about the status of negotiations yesterday.
As far as things are going, the denuclearization of Iran is moving along well. They've had very good meetings. I think they've come a long way. We hit them very hard last week. I think they're fine. I think we're getting it's the denuclearization of Iran. It's very simple. And Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
As diplomacy plays out, U.S. forces remain in the region.
Proud American. Isn't that the truth? Nobody's telling them they can't vote. We're just telling them to prove that they're citizens. If you are so useless that you can't prove that you're an American citizen, you don't deserve the right to vote. Which is, what the hell? That's not racist. Make a fucking effort, will ya? If your mother's 98 years old, she probably don't even know that you're her son. Shit, let's be realistic. If your mother's 98 years old, you take her. Say, Mama, come with me. I'll take you. If you're also too fucking old to take your mother, tell your grandson, your granddaughter, take us so that we can go prove that we're American citizens. Somebody's got to be able to help you. You got to be able to call somebody and say, listen, I want to prove that I'm an American citizen. I want elections to be legit. Call somebody. Take me here. Help me. Help me do this. Don't make fucking excuses that you can't get verification that you're an American citizen. I'm a migrant with a damn passport. American passport. Making bullshit ass excuses. Knock it off. Stop it. Get some help.
U.S. Navy announced that a crew member from an MH-60S Seahawk helicopter is missing after an emergency water landing in the Arabian Sea. U.S. Naval Forces Central Command posted to X saying there is no indication the emergency was caused by hostile action. 3 of the helicopter's 4 crew members have been recovered and are in stable condition aboard the George H.W. Bush. U.S. Navy assets in the region are currently searching for the other air crewmen still missing. The cause of the incident is under investigation. As the Middle East waits to see what comes next in the ceasefire with Iran, Israel is marking 1,000 days since the October 7th massacre. A rally was held outside of the Knesset, Israel's parliament, to call for accountability in the aftermath of the attack.
We demand an official commission of inquiry by the Israeli government to investigate an independent commission of inquiry to uncover what happened and what policies led to this terrible tragedy, this massacre on October 7th.
A lot of moving parts. See if the current round of negotiations could lead to a quieter period. Guys?
All right, Trey Yang's live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you. Let's bring in
Yeah, I'm not a humble man. If you want me to be humble by staying quiet, that's not the way that it works. But thank you for the advice. I appreciate it. How about you be humble and you bring the message the way that you can, and let me bring the message the way that I am. See, this is what we call diversity. Everybody is different. Everybody talks different. Everybody expresses themselves different. If you're a nice, calm, talking person with sweet words, you go reach those people out. I will go talk to the people that talk rough. I will go talk to the people that don't have filters. Everybody can reach a different type of person. Go do that. But I still believe that you got to be able to fucking make an effort, man. You can't make that excuse. You're a married woman, and you can't get. How do I know you're married? Do you have? Jeremy, there it is. Oh my God, I knew it. I knew you were a fucking pussy. All right, no pussies in my chat. Keep your mangina on the left channels, okay? Go support some leftist podcasters. They need your attention. They're a bunch of fucking libtards. They need your attention. But I'm telling you, don't make excuses. Don't make excuses. Nobody's taking away your right to vote. Make an effort. Again, if you are old and you need assistance, call somebody. Let me tell you something. See, people on the left, they think we're stupid. Illegal immigrants, they think we're stupid. But see, this is why they vote for Democrats, because they're fucking retarded. We are not stupid. I want you to understand something. Fuck these people. I don't know how many times I have to explain it on my channel. But anyway, listen. My father-in-law was very sick. Nobody was able to take him to the hospital. Very sick. You know what he did to get to the hospital? He called a ride. And transportation will take him to his doctor appointments. He did dialysis. He went to surgery, CAT scans. He could barely walk. But he was able to get medical care. He was able to call a ride for free. So go ahead and tell me your excuse again of why you have a hard time proving that you're a citizen. Let me tell you what the simple answer is. You're not. Don't make excuses. If a very disabled man can get a ride to his doctor appointments, to the hospitals, don't make an excuse and tell me that you can't get an ID or prove citizenship. Don't make excuses. Cray Miss, you've lost my respect a very long time ago. I'm this close to banning you permanently. I gave you the benefit of doubt so many times. I even welcome you as part of our family, but you're a fucking retard. You don't appreciate friendship, do you? And Michael, if you think it's propaganda, go find a different channel, buddy. You don't have to be here. This is for Americans. This is for Americans that want to save America. Asking somebody to show ID to vote. I'm proud to be an American. I said, yes, sir. What do you need? You need my passport? Hell yeah. Because my passport says I'm an American citizen. And I am proud of that. I am proud of that. Make your grandma proud again. Make your mama and papa proud again. Make your parents proud again. Make your children proud again. Proud to be an American citizen. That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. The left make excuses to protect and secure our election. This guy say, listen to the argument. Before I got to go take a pee. Listen to this argument from the left. They think we're stupid. I swear, I wish that more people had a critical thinking mind, using common sense. Check this out. So the argument, thank you, Bill. Hey, Jason, how are you, brother? The argument that the left says is this. There's already a high penalty if you vote illegally. If you're illegal, if you're a tourist, if you're a green card holder, you cannot vote, right? You cannot vote. So the argument from the libtards is this. There is already a penalty up to $10,000 fine and jail time up to 5 to 10 years, I think it was. So nobody's going to cheat on the election, they say. How many of you have broken the law on the speed limit? Let me give you 22 million reasons why that is the most bullshit argument that the leftists can make. How many illegal immigrants do we have in this country? Tell me that jail time, high fines, and threat of immediate deportation has deterred 22 plus million illegal fucking migrants from coming into this country. Go ahead. Argue with me with that. Show me your common sense. Show me your critical thinking. Convince me that the same people, the same 22 million illegal immigrants that broke the law, committed fraud, a felony, by working in this country illegally, using somebody else's papers to work illegally, another felony. Tell me that these people are afraid of your fucking stupid penalties for voting illegally. Go on. Put it in the chat. I'll give you time. I'll give you time. What the hell? I'll give you time. Take the time that you need. Put it on the chat and tell me. Convince me. Please convince me. Please convince me that these illegal immigrants, 22 million plus, broke the law with threat of being deported, fined, and jailed. Tell me, how did that work out? Go on. Hey, common sense, man. It's power. Yeah. Oh, boy. Guys, they can't handle the truth. You know what I'm saying? Many try. Oh, poor Javier is still butthurt. Is still butthurt that we changed the name to America. Oh, boy. Come on, man. Your Leptar's got to do better than that. There you go. No. There's nothing wrong with Miguel's little flags, Mexico and the United States. I appreciate that. Guys, come on. You got to know who to block, bro. For example, Javier Hernandez. That should be the guy that you should have blocked, not the other one. At least the other one is putting the American flag in there. Oh, man. What is your culture? You don't have a culture, fake-ass warrior. I believe I can fly. Javier, pendejo, give me the answer. Prove to me that people are going to respect the voting rights of the American people. Don't hate me because I'm telling you the truth. Hate me if I'm lying. Hate me if I am hating the United States of America. But don't hate me because I'm telling you the truth and you don't like it. You know it's true. You know it's true. The technically Gulf of Mexico is not correct on a world scale. You know why? Because Mexico is part of the American continent. The United States of America is part of the America's continent. So it is right to call it the Gulf of the American continent. Mexico does not have the majority of the water rights, do they? They have like 1/3. The United States of America has the most. You know why? Because Texas fucking left useless Mexico government. You know why? Because Arizona left Mexico useless government. All of the territories that make the United States of America today are because Mexico was a piece of shit government and continues to be a piece of shit government, just like you fucking loser illegal immigrants on this chat right now. Can argue with a migrant that respects the law. Can argue with an American citizen. Can ya? If you call yourself an American citizen and you don't love this country and you don't do anything to protect it or to safeguard our elections, you're not a fucking American. Not in my book. Oh, man. The truth shall set you free, my friends. The truth shall set you free. I'll tell you what. I do need to take a break here, but I can listen to everything that I show you guys on here. Let's see. This one is all good, but let's see what Dr. Carson has to say. And with that, I'll take a break.
As champions of the working class, but a New York Times column challenges that claim, saying the far left is driven by a base of affluent, highly educated, mostly white voters. Let's bring in Ben Carson, former Housing and Urban Development Secretary and author of the new children's book, Built on Faith. Ben, it's Doctor. It's great to see you again. You and I spent an awful lot of quality time on the road together back in 2016. Haven't spent much time together lately, but it is good to see you again. So these Democratic Socialist candidates, they portray themselves as of the working people. But according to Thomas Edsall in the New York Times, they are anything but. He wrote this: candidates aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America are surging to victory on the claim that they are proponents of a government by, for, and of the working class that will wrest power from both far-right Republicans and corporate Democrats. Here's the problem. Most of the leadership of the DSA and a majority of voters who back its candidates are in no way working class. Instead, an elite made up of well-educated professionals dominates this insurgency. What are you thinking about what we're seeing going on in America these days?
Well, it's not particularly surprising if you know a lot about history. If you go back to January 10, 1963, Congressman Herrera of Florida read into the congressional record the 45 Goals of Communism that came out of the book The Naked Communist by W. Cleon Skousen. He was an FBI agent. His entire career was spent studying communism in America. And it said one of the goals is to gain control of the school system and the teacher unions. Another one to gain control of the media and Hollywood so you could change the culture in America. All of these things are very consistent with those goals. And they fundamentally want to change us from a country that is by, of, and for the people to one that is by, of, and for the government. Yeah. That's basically the interest and the argument that's going on right now. And we're particularly concerned about the children and how they're being indoctrinated. Even in America 250, over 300 books were evaluated by over 25 institutions for the children. None of them talked about our faith. None of them talked about our relationship of our founders with faith. They had plenty of room to talk about LGBT and indigenous peoples and how they're treated, but when the children are just getting a steady diet of this kind of thing, is it any wonder that we get to college and we have these radical exhibitions?
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting to me, again, with this idea that the DSA says it's a party for the working class, for the disadvantaged in America, for minorities, which seem to be completely at odds with what the membership of the Democratic Socialists of America looks like. This is from their own survey. Look at this, the makeup of it. 85% of people are white, 9% Hispanic, 5% Asian, 4% black. Education, 80% plus of DSA members have a college degree. 35% of those have a master's degree, a doctorate, or some sort of professional degree. And in terms of jobs, 71% are white collar or other, 23% are students, unemployed, or disabled. 4%, only 4% are blue collar. So this would seem to be an elite liberal arts movement masquerading as a workers' party.
Yes, the people who have been indoctrinated. They've drank the Kool-Aid and they're acting that way. And those are the people who are exposed to this the most. So we have to fight this vigorously. I hope the American people realize what we're up against here, because they need to study history. They need to study what's happened when socialists and Marxists take over. It's consistent. It always happens. Yep. People end up much worse off. You have an elite class that controls everything, and people are very sad that they went in that direction. But they will not give up the power, and people try to get the power back, and then slaughters start. Hundreds of millions of people killed. Same thing will happen in this country. We don't have to get there if we're smart enough to avoid it.
So here's what a spokeswoman for the DSA, Priscilla Yeverino, said about their party. Our organization is rooted in and led by the working class across the United States. Policies like universal health care, free college, affordable child care, and higher taxes on the wealthy are overwhelmingly popular with working people. I mean, this would appear to be gaslighting, pure and simple, because let's look at the results of the primaries in New York a couple of weeks ago. Daria-Liza Abela-Chevalier won 58-38 in majority college-educated areas, but lost lower-income Hispanic areas. Claire Valdez won 62-28 in high-income neighborhoods, lost low-income sections 63-31, and Brad Lander won high-income, high-education precincts 70-30 and lost lower-income neighborhoods 57-43. You said you leaned in this direction earlier. Is this a product of the indoctrination of where our higher education system is going?
It's a product of that indoctrination, but it's also in those lower income areas, a lot of the people are immigrants or came from poor situations where people know what happens with socialists. They have experience with it. So they pass that information along, but a lot of the more elite classes don't get that information passed on.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of those two things which is causing us a lot of problems. And we cannot take this for granted.
All right, well, Dr. Carson, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it, and congratulations on the new book. We now want to jump to Medora, North Dakota. Here.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
I like how this libtards. Why you hate Fox? You know, every time the reason why I like Fox is because whenever I have seen a press conference, think about it. When I seen what is happening here in my city, in my state, and what I see Democrats allowing to happen in this country, when I watch the press conferences, it doesn't matter if I am watching a live press conference from CNN or NBC or Fox or whoever is showing it. You know why I like Fox? Because when Fox shows it, it's not Fox talking. It's the Democrats, it's the Republicans, it's the House, it's the Senate. They are the ones talking. But the problem that I find with CNN, for example, it's always a Trump problem. It's never an American problem. It's never an illegal problem. It's always Trump. It's not always an economical problem. It's always a Trump problem. It's not a high local tax problem. It's always Trump's problem. So when I watch CNN, MSNBC, or whatever, I watched the press conference myself. I have listened to endless hours of hearings in Congress, the Senate. Same shit, different day. But the way that CNN reports it, they criminalize Trump. And that pisses me off. Not just because Trump is my president. I mean, that's one of the main reasons. But that's not the reason why they piss me off. It's because I watched the conference, and that's not what I understood. CNN, not one clip that I got from CNN, unless it's Scott Jennings, not one clip of CNN, MSNBC, ABC, not one clip has their legacy media acknowledged or promoted. They didn't inform the American people that all of the Democrats sat down when President Trump asked them, stand up if you believe American citizens should be first before illegal immigrants. Not one of them. How is that Fox misinformation? I have said things on this channel. Now, this is not to boast on myself. I have said things on this channel that Fox is just now saying. I'm not trying to put them down. But common sense. See, they're Americans. Their news is what the news do. But I always talk as a migrant that comes from a third world country who appreciates the privilege of having been given citizenship. Why is that so hard to understand? And before you libtards continue to make fun of my hat, my father wore a hat like this. So fuck you very much for paying attention. With that being said, it has nothing to do with Fox or CNN. No, it has to do with what comes out of the mouth of these politicians. For example, I'm going to play this clip again. It's a different clip. This one's from Fox. This is not my Facebook. This is not somebody else's channel. But I really think that this person should go viral. Because for some reason, when Democrats shut down the government and say that Republicans shut the government, and we are watching the hearing, and we hear how they want illegal immigrants to continue. Every libtard will say, oh, illegals don't get that. Bullshit. They continue to argue it every single day. How can you be stupid not to listen? It's crazy. It should anger you too. It should piss you right off. If you're an American, it should piss you off. If you're a libtard, you don't have no feelings. You live in libtardation land. But they fight free healthcare for all, free public school for all. That takes the resources of the American people. Americans should be getting those benefits, not illegal immigrants and anchor babies. I know you don't like to hear the truth, but it is the truth. Do things right, and you will be proud of who you are today. You know why Hispanics that are for Trump are so proud to support Trump? Because we know that the countries we come from are bad countries when it comes to the government. Maybe they're beautiful nature-wise, but they have to find a place to come and find that dream, to find that freedom. And the United States gives us that, but we got to be here legally, the right way. You know how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of people I know that have made every sacrifice. They've gone, even taking the abuelitos and the abuelitas that can't really barely walk. They take them to the paralegals to fill out some paperwork. They go to court dates. They go to the hospitals. They go everywhere. And they have their passport from their country because they're not American citizens yet. And they have all this identification that Americans make an excuse that they say that you can't have that identification to be able to vote in our elections. You cannot make the effort to say my country is worth me making the effort to get my proof of citizenship. You got to see the difference. All of us migrants, we spent countless hours filling out paperwork, waiting, respecting. And now we got the privilege of being American citizens. I'd rather have a dictator than a fucking pussy for a president. What's the English lady says? I'd rather have a president that grabs women by the pussy than to have a president that is a pussy. That's all of you libtards. All of you are pussies. You guys are such pussies. Women on the left look tough. Why is it that on the libtard side, women are most likely the leaders in the relationship? And the men are just pussies, jumping on the chair because of a spider, while the woman is out there grabbing the broom and kicking some ass. I'm going to tell you, man. To be honest, fuck the libtard men. I want to convince the women to be on our side. I know we got a lot of liberal, socialist, guilt, white guilt Karens out there, but I think a lot of these women, man, if they put the energy on the right side, they can still rule their man, treat them like little bitches that they are, but they can also have some common sense and be on our side. If you are a libtard, if you're a leftist and you support the fake-ass Democrat Party today, let me tell you, my friends, you are a pussy. That's just the way it is. That's what I think about cowards. You guys are all a bunch of pussies. Now, with that being said, let me go ahead and bring in this disrespectful act of this socialist activist Democrat against one of our angel mothers. It pisses me off, but you know what? Woosa. I have vented enough. Now I can handle this video. Here we go.
The story is about my...
Fox and Friends, ladies and gentlemen.
The DOJ announcing charges against 8 illegal migrants, alleged Trinidad gang members, for murdering and kidnapping in Texas and in Illinois and Chicago. It comes as the mother of an 18-year-old college student allegedly murdered by an illegal migrant suspect in Chicago demands justice and heartbreaking testimony to Congress as we learn that he was arrested twice before her shooting death.
This story, it's not about him. The story is about my Sheridan. It's about how failed border policies, sanctuary city laws, and twisted leaders refused to cooperate with ICE. They sent her to her grave. We choose you. We choose you. Choose us. Why does my child matter less than an illegal immigrant? Why? I don't understand why it's only the Republican side that cares about our American children.
Sheridan's parents, Jessica and Thomas Gorman, join us now. Thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's such an important topic of conversation. So why was it important, Jessica, for you to go to Capitol Hill and talk to the lawmakers?
We actually thought we were going to speak about the human consequence of these sanctuary city policies. And I was really there to speak for my daughter, my beautiful daughter who was murdered, but I wanted to tell her story. The Bunny Bench story was what I was just going to say, because she was just so amazing. At one point in the testimony, I ended up blurting out something. I said her love was extravagant. It was not a planned thing. I don't even know where that came from, but her love, the love she had for people, was extravagant. That's what I was there for. I was not there to rebut anyone. Just the way it happened, I lost control.
But yeah, I understand why. You're talking about losing your daughter, and it didn't have to happen. It was preventable because of policies in these sanctuary cities. But what shocked me when I was watching it is the reaction from these individuals on the left who couldn't care less about your story. Listen to this. This is Congresswoman Jayapal.
As a parent myself, I can think of no greater loss, and I appreciate you being here to share their stories and their lives with us. Unfortunately, this hearing is, it's the 4th time in this committee that we've had a hearing on sanctuary cities, the 4th time. And there's many other things that we could be doing other than this.
4 times they have had these hearings about sanctuary cities. And 4 times garbage like this piece of shit right here. This activist, socialist, communist Democrat. She lost her daughter, and many other angel parents have lost their kids. 450,000 children abused, raped, molested, beaten, trafficked because of garbage like her that allow for open border policies. Women trafficked, forced to pay the coyotes. Using them as whores, sluts, harlots, however you want to call them. Pimping them out to pay their debt. And they use their old parents and their grandparents to deliver drugs to help them pay for the debt to the cartel and to human traffickers. It's more than just a few people that want to come to work. Those people need to stay in their country until we get our shit together over here. And then we can allow for more people to come in. But this is your Democratic Party. She's so heartless. She could have just lied and faked emotions and said, I am so sorry that you lost your daughter. We will try. We will try harder. to enforce immigration law. But that's not what they want. They don't care who suffers, who pays the price, as long as they get in power and they get what they want. That's all they care about. They don't care about you, American citizens. All the illegal immigrants that come into our chat to troll, they don't care about you. I care about you. The rest of our conservative Americans that are in here, they care about you. We have to care for each other. And tell them this country is beautiful and that we are proud to be Americans, that doesn't make us fascist. That doesn't make us bigots or racist. To say respect our law does not make us racist. So fuck all of you wetbacks that come into my channel talking shit. We don't allow that shit in here. Go find some other channel to go bother. Go live in your little la-la land where they allow you to fucking be ignorant. You come into my channel, you're going to wake up to the truth.
They said they started talking about Trump. They didn't want to listen to your story. They preferred to talk about ICE's conduct instead, and saying this is the 4th time we've had this hearing. How many is too many? When does this stop? What was your reaction to that, Thomas?
Just disrespectful. You know, we were there telling Sheridan's story. My wife poured her heart out, and just to hear that, it just shows you that they don't want this to change. And for this to, we need a bipartisan effort. We do need change. And when we heard, you know, sorry, but, as Jess so eloquently called them out on, it's just disrespectful.
Jessica,
one of the Democratic representatives there was napping while they were giving the opening remarks, and when the other angel father was giving his testimony. When they came to me, I literally was just here to tell the story of Sheridan and her extraordinary love and life.
You said something.
They were napping.
Wow. And you talked about your daughter was just shot. Share that story. That was shocking too.
Didn't intend on saying that. It was such an emotional moment, but literally every day I'm trying to find, as part of this grieving process, which is unimaginable, I'm trying to find beautiful things in life, little things even, to celebrate and to be thankful for. It's the only way you get through these things, I think. And I literally, this crossed my mind 100 times. I'm so thankful that she was only shot in the back of the head. I kind of obviously was not planning to say that, but the indignities of sitting there and knowing that not only do they not care, but they're literally disrespecting us. There was an angel mother behind me weeping openly and crying, just crying. And it just, something inside me snapped, and I just said it, like, the indignity that I'm praying and thankful. I'm genuinely thankful that my daughter was not dismembered and raped and, you know, put in a trash basket like some of these other angel family mothers that honestly I had never heard about. I had never heard about these. And, you know, to be thankful for such a thing, that my daughter was only murdered by being shot. It's such a messed up thing. I just blurted it out.
Thomas, I know y'all were not political before this.
No.
Your wife did say yesterday, why is it only Republicans that are hearing this? Donald Trump, this is a big issue for him. That's why he closed the borders, because this is preventable. What do you want the lawmakers to, or have you become political now because of this issue and because of losing your daughter? And what do you say to our lawmakers?
Same message Jess has shared. Choose us. Choose the American children. Protect them, work together, get on that buddy bench, talk it out. We can find a middle ground. You know, and to go to your first question, no, I have not been political. But we realize that if we do want change, we're going to have to speak out. We're going to have to choose candidates that choose us. And there's a choice to be made this November.
Yeah, Jessica.
And Americans have to choose, you know, what's most important to them and their family.
I'm so sorry, Jessica and Thomas. I really am. I'm a mom too. I can't imagine your grief. God bless you. Thank you for standing up for all of our children. Sheridan Gorman was only 18 years old. She was studying at Loyola University when she was tragically killed just out by the water looking at the northern lights with her friends. We'll be right back.
I truly am happy. Honestly, I really am. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you for subscribing, guys. I appreciate you. You know, we're at 21.1 thousand subscribers. I know that I've been kind of toning down on my lives. I'm still working on a schedule to give you, a actual time frame daily so that you guys know what I'm talking about. Joey, calm down, SA. You don't want to insult. Let me do it. Let me do the insulting. I don't want you guys to get into arguments on the chat. I want to do the insulting. Don't worry about it. Let them insult me and tear me down. But you guys, I want you guys to have a good time. I want you guys to just continue to support the truth. Now, for all you libtards that hate Trump, this is the time where I can say, okay, bye-bye, sayonara, adios, amigos. We're going to go ahead and watch the live stream from yesterday from our great POTUS, President Donald Trump, delivers the remarks. Where is this at? Let me see. It doesn't say. Where is this remarks? If somebody can help me out. What is it? I think he's still talking about Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt. Thank you guys for being here. But I can't remember the actual state. Somebody put the state on the chat. Well, once I start playing, I guess he's going to say where he's at. Now, this is going to be, it's always the brownies. I don't know what that means. But this is going to be something to where, like, I'm going to go ahead and skip part of it because I don't want to play the copyright music, okay? College, what about it? It means nothing, Zach. College education, it means nothing. Common sense trunks that. I know people who didn't even finish high school. They should have, but they didn't even finish high school. They have their own business. They're successful, and they have more common sense than any retard that goes to college and get in debt for $50,000 to $100,000. What is your point with your question? Here we go. Here we go.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This is an honor. We love you, and you've been so nice to me with those votes.
We love you, President Trump.
But today we come to the heartland of America to pay tribute to a man who embodied the heart and soul and fight and spirit of our country as much as anyone who ever lived. And he's a very special man, and that's why I'm here, President Theodore Roosevelt. And he loved your community. He loved your state. And he was quite something. He was really quite something. And here, beneath the wide open sky of the Badlands, they call it the Badlands. They said, what's that all about? It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool name, I have to tell you. On the steps of the burning hills, we dedicate a living monument to a legend, a statesman, a soldier, frontiersman, and a true American hero. This is a very exciting thing for me. And number one, I have to tell you, because this was an inaugural flight of a certain airplane called Air Force One after 37 years. And it's a great plane, and we had a lot of fun with Doug and everybody coming over. But we talked about Theodore Roosevelt a lot because he was something that was really very special. And number two, because I'm honoring Theodore Roosevelt, and that's the man who I have long admired. He's one of the few. I don't admire too many people, I have to tell you. There's not a lot of people out there. And number three, I'm back in North Dakota because I won this state with the most votes in the history of the presidency. Thank you. Thank you very much. And number 4, I have 2 teleprompters that aren't working, and here I stand. But TR once observed that I would not have been president about himself had he not been, and had it not been for the experience in North Dakota. He had a great experience here. It really shaped him so much. So there could be no better place for this new national treasure than the Rough Rider state. I met some of the Rough Riders. They are Rough Riders. They're good riders, too. They were very impressive. Today, 107 years after he passed into eternity, Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library opens its doors, and the small town, but very great town, and today it's a very famous town because that's all they're talking about, of Medora opens its arms to the entire world. The entire world is watching. It's not a big town, but it's a very powerful town because of what was left behind. I want to thank the thousands of people who worked so hard to make this project a reality, and you really did. You made it a beautiful reality. Very few places will top it. And starting with the man who put the library in its first funding. Think of it, he did so much. He raised so much money. He did so many different things. He really did. He had a very complete life when you think. He was a real man of many forms of genius, and without whom it would never have been possible. Secretary of the Interior. And I'll tell you what, I thought he was an oil man, and he wasn't. I saw him on a debate because this guy was actually going against me. Can you believe it? But I thought he was very impressive. I thought his wife, Catherine, was even more impressive, to be honest with you. And so impressive that I said, he's a good man. That guy's all right. But he's been fantastic. He's been a tremendous Secretary of the Interior and the best ever. There's never been a Secretary of the Interior like Doug Burgum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Never been. And you know, Doug called me and he said, would you do me a favor? He's really fantastic, because I did not know the gentleman too well. But he said, Kelly Armstrong is fantastic. Would you endorse him for governor? And I did, and he won easily. Kelly Armstrong. Great job you're doing. Great job. And 2 of my very good friends, 2 warrior senators, tough cookies, tough. Oh, I wish they could get their way. We could get a couple of little things passed, like voter identification, like proof of citizenship. It's called Save America. You know, that's pretty good. Save America, can you imagine? We have 100% of the Democrats against it and 4 or 5 Republicans, if you can believe that. What are they all about? But these 2 people are with us all the way, John Hoeven and Kevin Cramer, senators. They're great. 2 great guys. And a congresswoman who fights and gets what she wants, and she's very respected, Julie Fedorchak. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Very, very respected. And we have our ambassador, Monica. Where's Monica? Monica Crowley. Fantastic. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Cao. And we're building a lot of ships. North Dakota House Speaker, Robin Wise. Thank you. Thank you. Doing a great job. State House Majority Leader, Mike LaFleur. Mike. Thank you, Mike. State Senate Majority Leader, David Hogue. Thank you, David. And all of the members of the North Dakota legislature, I hear every single one. I'm not going to introduce you. You have no chance of that. I'll be here all day, but you're all here, and we love you, and you've been with us from day one. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the CEO, who's done a fantastic job, he took me around. I thought it would be maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 2 hours. Thank goodness I love the subject, or I would not have put up with it. Doug said you could come in. You know, I'm prosecuting a war, which we're winning very easily, by the way. But I said, Doug, let's fly in. We'll do 10, 15 minutes. I know I'm going to love it. And then I'll get out. Oh, absolutely, sir. So then time comes. He got me making speeches. I was over there 2 hours. I know more about that museum than the people that built it. But that's okay, because they did a very good job. I can report that they did a really good job. The CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, who really did give me a tremendous amount of knowledge, I mean, about things that I never would have thought could have been possible, about how great this man was. Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thank you very much. And two of my sons are here, Eric and Don. And Bettina, thank you very much. Don just got married. Bettina, thank you. It's going to be great. Thank you very much. But the members of the Roosevelt family and countless foundation staff, donors, and supporters, everyone's here. And I understand that one local construction worker delayed his retirement by 4 years just to be involved with the building, and they heard I was going to come. I was coming even when I wasn't president. I had agreed to come, and they said, well, when we do it, you're going to be president. So that was during that ridiculous time, that ridiculous 4-year period of time. They asked me to come. I said, I'd love to come. And I said, I may or I may not be president. They said, we don't care. We want you to be there. And I always remember that. But they said, you're going to win. You know that. If you run, you're going to win. It turned out we did quite easily, actually. And today I can tell you that we can see why it was worth it. It's really amazing. They've done an amazing job, beautiful job. And, you know, they've done it from love. Jobs that are done from love are always better than jobs where you sort of have to follow a plan. They made lots of changes, and every one of them was good, and I think I know about every one of them. After 2.5 hours, I learned every single one of them. But I want to really thank everyone who greeted me at the train station, because that was so famous. That was such a famous train. The last one was President Dwight Eisenhower, and he was actually a very good president. People don't realize he was a general, good general, and he built the interstate highway system. I'd say that alone is pretty good. He was a good, and now he was the last one. He was on the back of the exact same train. So the head of the railroad, he was fabulous, and they were explaining all about the train, and they said, wow, there's really some history in the crowd. We had thousands of people over there. It was fantastic. But I have the picture of President Eisenhower in the back of the train, the same exact train. I checked it out because I said, you know, we don't want to make any mistakes because the fake news is watching, and they'll say it wasn't the same train. It wasn't the same train. No, they've been pretty nice to me lately. Look, when you do as well as we're doing, they have to be nice, I guess. They've been pretty nice. And I want to give a very special thanks to the Patriots who gave us such an incredible escort from town. We had more law enforcement. You know, I love law enforcement now. According to the people that are running on the other side, in many places, they want to defund the police. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We see them all the time. They said they're social democrats. Doesn't it sound pretty? They're actually communists, but we'll get into that a little bit later. They're not going to win. They're not going to win anything. They got some very unattractive candidates, I have to say. During my first term, it was a privilege to sign the bill that helped get this incredible project underway and transferring 90 acres. We took it right out of the federal government. We ripped it away from the federal government. They don't know what's missing. They still haven't figured out what the hell happened. And today, the artistry and scholarship, technical skill on display right here and in that museum in particular is just fantastic. It's really great. Things that they actually gave me. You know, we're going to build our museum in Miami. They got me a lot of ideas, Doug. You gave me a lot of ideas, Doug. But they really did it well. Incredible. I even had a conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. I said, what did you think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider that your greatest achievement? How do you feel about the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? You know, he built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was actually, he was the tariff king, William McKinley. He was the president, and they took his name off Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But McKinley actually, he was assassinated, but he made tremendous amounts of money, made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt, as the vice president, got in, and he did some incredible things. But one of them, I think one of the most amazing, maybe a lot of people would say the parks, you could say a lot of different elements of his success, so incredible. But he built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive project to this date, if you bring the dollars forward, ever built in history. 38,000 people died. They died 95% from mosquitoes, malaria, 95%. You expected almost to die. They paid workers from the United States. Mostly they came in, and mostly, I must say, men. It was a little different time. Today would have men and women, but they had all men. And they paid them massive amounts of money, more than they were making as workers in the United States. It's such a fascinating thing, the Panama Canal. I've studied it long and hard, and when they gave it away, $1. But they died from the mosquito and they died from the snake. They have a viper, a snake, that if you get bit, you're in trouble. If you get bit, you were dead. You were dead, and that wiped out about 5%. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, our people. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal. It opened, and from day one, it was very successful. And we gave it away. We gave it away. It was the most expensive thing we ever built, and it was also the most profitable thing we ever built. That's a nice combination. A little bit like Venezuela. We did a good job in Venezuela. But and we're actually doing equally as well with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Maybe you've heard of it. But think of it, the Panama Canal, so we gave it away. The first thing they did, you know what they did? They raised the prices for the ships by 4 times. And they didn't lose one ship. And then they raised it again twice. And they didn't lose one ship. All they did is make tremendous amounts of money for years and years. How stupid was that? And now China is trying to take over the Panama Canal, and we're not going to let that happen, okay? And that was not part of the script, because I don't really have a script, because this thing doesn't work. It's appropriate. The one on my right is slightly better than the one on my left. The one on my left is a waste of time. It's a little like politics. The one on my right is a little bit. It's not great. I'd give it about a 2 on the scale of 10. And this afternoon, I'm pleased to announce that through the National Endowment for the Humanities, we will be awarding the library $750,000 to support the opening exhibits during the first year. So they're getting a nice check. Getting a nice check. And as you know, this week, Americans all across our nation are filled with joy and excitement and anticipation as we prepare for one of the proudest moments in our history. 250 years, think about that. 3 days from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What a document that was. And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took so much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107. But you know what? They also predicted the fight that we had 3 weeks ago was unbelievable at the White House. They said a week before, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. They said it was going to rain. It's going to be horrible. You're going to have to cancel the fight. Sure, we're going to have to cancel. This was a big event. This was one of the highest rated fights in history. It was on CBS National on a Sunday night, not a Saturday night. Saturday nights are called Death Valley for television. I know a lot about ratings. But Sunday night's very good, and it was broadcast on CBS, a network, and it got among the highest ratings any fight has ever gotten. But they said it was going to rain, and I talked to Dana White. I said, Dana, I don't know, this is bad. Sir, 100% chance of rain. I said, you sure, like maybe 90? No, 100%, sir. So it was 7 o'clock, and it wasn't raining. Then it started at 8 o'clock, and we were going to delay it till 12 o'clock midnight. I said, that's not good. But it wasn't raining at 8 o'clock. And it wasn't raining at 8:30. And we had the fight on time. And it never rained. Never rained. So you never know about weather forecasting, do you? With all the money we spend all that money. It's happened before. We had a big march in Washington. You remember that? That was going to be rained out, sir. We're going to have to change it. Rained out, never rained. So we're getting pretty good at that. But this is a time to rediscover the indomitable spirit that built our country and all that will ensure America always remains the most exceptional nation on the face of the earth. We're not going to let communists get in our way. We're not going to let anyone get in our way. Not the communists. It's a very unattractive lot. They're not going to do it. They're not doing anything. Those people, what they're doing, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. There could be no better place to begin this rediscovery than with the life, times, and passions of Theodore Roosevelt. He had great passion. The Colonel, they called him, was an American man. He was really a great he-man. He was an American man through and through. His chest swelled with American optimism, confidence, enthusiasm, pride. His heart beat with an unyielding sense of America's destiny and pride, and that pride was bigger. The biggest word for him, I think, was pride. He was a proud man. But I'm a proud man. I'm proud of our country. I'm proud that 2 years ago, we had a country that was a laughingstock all over the world, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, the most respected country anywhere in the world. But as a young boy, I saw that he loved Lincoln, and Lincoln's casket would pass through a nation torn apart by civil war. I don't know if you know that. I think Teddy Roosevelt, I think, is probably his biggest. I was trying to get that today, and I think it came pretty loud and clear. Abraham Lincoln was the person that he most respected, most admired, most looked up to. He has a beautiful picture of Lincoln that he had in his one of his rooms, one of his very important rooms where he lived, and it's at the library. By the end of the 60 years, TR had transformed his country by the reach of his vision. He had a great vision, and by the force of his will, into one of the greatest places, one of the greatest empires, one of the most incredible countries, ready to take its rightful place as the strongest and most respected nation anywhere in the world. They didn't have people that they had no idea where they were. They didn't have people that couldn't walk up the steps. See those steps? They didn't have people that had no idea where the hell they were. They didn't have people that said, let's have open borders so millions and millions of people can pour into our country from prisons all over the world. They didn't have those people. They had strong, smart people like Teddy Roosevelt. Today, America is stronger and more respected. Right now, I'll tell you, the King of Saudi Arabia, I was with him a year ago, smart guy, good guy. He said to me, sir, you know, it's amazing. And this was as we were just started to really, and we've made a lot of progress since then. You see the numbers, factories being built all over the country at a level that we've never had before. But he said, you know, 1 year ago, during the Biden, Sleepy Joe, during the Biden administration, he said 1 year ago, your country was dead. We gave up on your country. They were looking at China. They were looking at others to protect them. They were looking at other countries. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that, and it's true. Now it's even more so than it was then. Hottest country anywhere in the world. So Theodore Roosevelt and his presidency fell exactly at the halfway mark between the founding in 1776 and the place we are today in 2026. And here are 5 lessons, and I wanted to write these because you can learn from some people, not from too many. From a lot of them, you don't want to learn much. But you can learn from him, and here are 5 lessons that are really extraordinary. Life offers to all Americans on the threshold of our 250th year. First of all, the life of Theodore Roosevelt reminds us that Americans never give up. We don't give up. You know, if you really look back 2 years ago, I can see people wanting to give up. I can see them wanting to give up. He never stopped, never quit, never surrendered in pursuit of his dreams. He had a dream, a very complex dream he did because of the way he traveled, the way he moved, the fact that he ended up here and turned out to be one of the most impactful things he ever did, ending up right here where we are. But his pursuit of the American dream never, ever stopped. It was really amazing. He was plagued by asthma, very, very bad, very serious. He was having a hard time breathing for much of his life. But he went out and he was told by his doctor that he'd have to live very quietly. He'd have to, this is as a young man, he was told you'd have to be and have a very quiet life. You have to be nice and easy. And he did just the opposite. He had a freaking wild life, right? He was wild. He just didn't want to take that. He didn't want to listen to his doctor. He didn't want to be quiet. He wanted to be great. He actually wanted to be great, and that's what he turned out to be. Young Theodore replied, Doctor, I'm going to do all the things that you tell me not to do, and I've got to live the sort of life that you've described. I don't care how short it is. I just want to live my life the way I want to live my life. It was great. I mean, who would say that? The next year, he sailed the Atlantic and he summited the Matterhorn just to prove that he could do these things, just to prove his doctor wrong. He knew his doctor. He wanted to prove him wrong. Maybe it wasn't smart, but it worked out okay. But again and again, he summoned the will to transcend tragedy and triumph and defeat heartbreak with hard work. He worked hard, and I found that out. I mean, if you love what you do, it's not work. That's one thing I will tell you. People say, I work hard, but it's not work, because if you love it, I love making America great again. I mean, I'm having a good time. So it's not work. We call it work, but it's not. In his library, we find his diary open to the page from 1884, when his mother and his wife died on the very same day in the very same house. Totally unrelated. Just a tragic moment, but unrelated. There wasn't an accident where both of them were killed. They just died. Then he came back home and he said, what happened? They're both dead. Different parts of the house, had nothing to do. It's just an amazing. Wife was very young. Mother was older, but she was getting by. The light has gone out from my life, he wrote. But Theodore Roosevelt did not surrender to fate. He came here to Medora and made himself fate's master. I said, I want to be fate's master. He wanted to turn the tables, and he really showed that that's what Americans can do. That's what people can do beyond Americans. That's what people can do if they really believe and they set their mind to it, and if they're competent. I mean, you have to be competent. You have to be smart. It's nice to say anybody can do it. Not anybody can do it. They like to say, oh, anybody can do it. No, no. But he was a special person. He arrived at this town, narrow-chested, 140 pounds. He looked pretty bad to the people here because they're pretty tough people around here, never changed. He was sick. He was shattered from the death of these two people that he loved the most. And his body and his spirit were pretty much broken. Not broken enough, but pretty much broken. If they were broken all the way, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did. He left here 2 years later. He weighed 40 pounds more, and he was strong as an ox. They say it was 40 pounds of muscle. I don't know how the hell that happened. They didn't have modern-day drugs. Of course, the modern-day drugs don't do that either, do they? In fact, they actually take away the muscle. That's not good. How are we doing, doctor? Well, you lost a lot of muscle. That's not good. But we didn't have any of that. He was 40 pounds of steel, the vital man of vigor, who would become president of the United States not that long after he left. Wow, that's amazing. I know what it takes to do that. It's tough. As a sheriff's deputy, he heard 3 thieves had stolen the only boat in town, so he built another, and over 3 days chased the criminals 300 miles. He wanted all those poor criminals. We need a little bit more of that in our country, but we do pretty good. We have the best border we've ever had. We do pretty good. Think of it, we have the best border, strongest border. We went from the worst border in history in 3 months to the best border in history, so we do okay. But he was a man who could get crushed beneath a horse. He was crushed. Get up, and he kept riding. People said, you got to get back. We got to get you to, no, I'm going to keep riding. He could take a bullet to the chest, stand up, and keep speaking. He had a little luck. He had a lot of paper there. I saw it today, a bullet hole right through both of them. But so got lucky, but other people wouldn't have done what he did. He could feel sick, and he was often feeling sick. Deep in the Amazon jungles, he would get extremely sick. Maybe he shouldn't have been there. He knew what was happening. It was a very dangerous place from that standpoint, from the standpoint of catching some pretty bad diseases, and he caught them. And yet he carried on. When he was half dead, and most people think he was going to die, they thought he was going to die. They said, Teddy Roosevelt is going to die, but he carried on, and he was still standing. He never sat. He never rested. He just kept going. As America turns 250 years old, we look at this remarkable man, and we recall that with effort, determination, and drive, there is nothing that Americans of competence cannot do. Nothing. Our ancestors were the people who raised up New York City from the marshes of Manhattan and then ventured into the Dakotas to carve up a life in the place that they called hell with the fires burned out. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Hell with the fires burned out. That doesn't sound so nice. But you did, and you've become a tremendously wealthy state, a very successful state with low taxes. I mean, you have great government. You have great government, these people right over here and the people I introduced, but other places have good land. They have valuable assets under the land, and they're losing. You know, California was our 3rd biggest oil drilling state, Doug, not so long ago. It's got tremendous amounts of oil. Nobody knows that. It was 3rd after Texas. Years ago, it was a big oil drilling. Now they won't drill because the environmental lunatics have said don't do it, and it's not a state that's doing very well. In fact, it's doing extremely poorly. One of the most beautiful states in the world, best weather, best everything. From winning our independence to laying the railroads, taming the West, and planting our flag on the moon, nothing great that America has ever done has come without staggering effort, and it has never come easy. It's been really an unflagging persistence that drove us into greatness. We had the persistence of great people, great men, great women. They were persistent. They never gave up. This country was built on the conviction that just because something is hard to do, that only means that Americans try even harder, and they succeed almost all the time. Because whatever the obstacle, whatever the challenge, it's no match for American grit. And you have it probably as much or more than any other place there is. You have American grit. And second, Theodore Roosevelt reminds us all that to be a great nation and to be a free nation, we must have courage. Without courage, you have nothing. As TR once put it, freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards. How about that? It doesn't last long in the hands of cowards. What a great statement. I want to use that. I shouldn't have said it. I would have used that statement, and I wouldn't have attributed it to TR. And they would have said, oh, what a great statement that is. Trump made a brilliant speech. What do you think, John? Would I get away with that, Kevin? I don't know. Maybe not. But that's a great statement. That's a beautiful thing to say. But in the West, he tracked a 1,200-pound grizzly. My two boys know all about that. I say, are grizzlies dangerous? Is a grizzly bear dangerous? I looked at Eric and Don. They know more about that stuff than any human being, I tell you. They said, they're real dangerous, Dad. I said, are they violent, bears? They said, they're really violent, right, fellas? You said they are violent, but that doesn't scare them. Just be scared, okay, and get the hell out of there. But we want to keep you around. But when it roared, a big one, and it wanted to strike him, and it was going rapidly there, very fast. I just learned that on a beautiful airplane coming over here. He shot it squarely between the eyes, and it fell, touching him but not able to destroy him. When he heard a man here threaten to kill him right here, one of your tough people, is he around by any chance? Would you please stand up? He rode to his house. He rode to the man's house, knocked on his door. The man threatened to kill him. He said, I'm going to kill Roosevelt. And he declared that I've come over to see what you want to begin with, and how do you want to begin the killing, he said. How do you want to begin? I'm right here in front of you. How do you want to begin the killing? That's a little different kind of a guy. By a coincidence of history, it was exactly 128 years ago today that Colonel Roosevelt gave our nation one of the greatest examples of American courage the age-old chronicles of military valor have ever seen. After commandeering a ship to Cuba for the volunteer regiment, he personally raised and trained his incredible Rough Riders. The Rough Riders, I saw the Rough Riders. What the hell are the Rough Riders? Look at these guys. I wish I looked like that. If I looked like them, I would have been president 20 years ago. You guys are great. Thank you. They could really ride those horses. They let us in. They were going faster than the car. I said to my guys, is there any danger in the way they're riding? Yeah, there's danger, sir, but they're great riders. You guys are fantastic. Thank you. But he led the Rough Riders in their heroic charge up San Juan Heights. And with malaria coursing all throughout his veins, he was really sick. Colonel Roosevelt galloped into a hail of Spanish bullets, and when his horse came to a wire fence, he leapt off the horse. He jumped off the horse and he started running toward the enemy. I don't know if that was smart, but he made it. Then he looked over at the next hill and he grabbed his men. He said, "Fellas, let's do it again." And he did it again and again. The Rough Riders' victory at San Juan Heights led directly to the collapse of the Spanish line. Ah, the Spanish. They're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh? They are not behaving nicely, but they will learn. Soon after, they relinquished their grip on Cuba and Guam, the Philippines and Puerto Rico, and they were all ours. We got them all. And speaking of Cuba, after many, many decades, it's coming our way. Coming our way. But for his actions that day, TR was celebrated as a hero and eventually awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's a big deal. And I'm thrilled to announce that just moments ago, 128 years after the Battle of San Juan Heights, it was my really great privilege to deliver his library and a very special little gift. In fact, I gave it to Doug and the president, a man who did such a good job in helping to build it. Doug raised a lot of money, got a president to be out here all day instead of 15 minutes. And I gave that medal. I took it off. We have a beautiful room, the Roosevelt room, this Roosevelt, by the way. And I took it off the wall, brought it over, and we just presented it. It's going to be in your library now for a long, long time. And it'll be displayed alongside the Medal of Honor earned by his brave son. His son was brave. It's genetics, you know. It's like the racehorse theory, right? Fast horses. Theodore Roosevelt Jr. on D-Day, he also received that incredible acknowledgement, except for Arthur and Douglas MacArthur. Arthur was his son, Douglas MacArthur, great general. They're the only father and son pair to receive our nation's highest military award for courage above and beyond the call of duty. Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the Congressional Medal of Honor for something, for their genius at hunting. And I'll get one for taking on Russia, or something. And we'll have a third pair. No, I'm only kidding. But I have seriously thought about, now this is dangerous to say because the fake news is up there all over the place. And when I joke, I learned early on, don't be sarcastic in politics. But I actually said a few times that I've seriously thought of giving myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, everyone knows I'm doing it with a chuckle, but then they report, he wants to give himself the Congressional. So I don't say that anymore. It's very dangerous to say. But it is the highest award, and they had a father-son get it, and that's a tremendous tribute to a genetic pool. As we enter the 250th year, Americans must never forget we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose. And in this world, we are a very special group. American courage won our independence. It liberated millions and millions from slavery, rescued billions from tyranny, and sustained American liberty for 2.5 centuries. And we're not going to lose it to this group of losers. Oh, can you imagine? Have you seen these people? Have you seen these people? The press is just building them up. They're losers, okay? They're nasty people, but they're losers. We'll teach them. We're going to teach them. They're not going to hurt our country. Without courage, there is no America today. If you don't have courage, we wouldn't have America today. We wouldn't be close. Third, Theodore Roosevelt believed in the America that really works and worked. He refused to accept failure, mediocrity, corruption, decay, or decline, and neither should we. That's why we can't take this nonsense that's going on right now. We're not going to take it. The first public cause he ever supported was a bill to fix the streets in New York City. He was very New York City and New York centric. You know that. That's where he came from. He was a pretty rich family. As the civil service commissioner, he fought tooth and nail to return federal hiring to a principle called merit. Merit. Isn't that nice to hear? And by the way, do you know, a little while ago, not in yesterday's decisions, where we actually had a good day except for birthright citizenship, which will work out some way, but we had something called, do you know what we're talking about? We had something that gives back tremendous power to the President of the United States, and we won that, I think, 6-3, and it was taken away from another Roosevelt. It was taken away from FDR in 1932. It was taken away, and for almost 100 years, that's been up for grabs. Slaughter, it was called, the Slaughter case. And a lot of people didn't think it would ever be won, and we won it 2 days ago in the Supreme Court. It gives power back to the president at a time where the president really needs power. It's a great decision. It was the most important, and we won some others too. It was the most important decision of all of them, I think. But we'll take care of the birthright citizenship, because that was not meant for rich people from other countries. That was meant for, actually, it was meant for the babies of slaves. If you look at it, it was a month after the Civil War ended that it went through. That's because it was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for rich people from China. They came over in Gulf Streams. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So I believe, no, I know they got it wrong, but that's okay, because they gave us something that nobody thought. But they also gave us something in one of the sessions a year ago. It was called merit. Our country now is based again on merit. So, if you're a student with very average marks, and you looked a certain way, or you acted a certain way, or whatever, and you get into the finest school in the world, and then you're somebody else that looked a certain way or acted a certain way, and you have all A pluses, and you have all great marks and board numbers that are through the roof, way above other people, but you don't get in, they get in, it's all over with. It's based now on merit. I don't even know if people know. The fake news didn't want to cover it. To me, that's one of the greatest decisions. And that took courage of the Supreme Court, because our country became great because of merit. We became great because of merit. And when you look at those soldiers that we have standing there at Washington, D.C., where we ended up, so we had one of the most unsafe cities, places, our capital, anywhere in the country, and now we have one of the absolute safest. You can walk anywhere in Washington, and we fixed up the monuments, and Doug was fantastic. We had 78 monuments, fountains, statues. We have the reflecting pond, which we did the best job of all. They came in with box cutters and they cut it up, but it's working fine. We're going to let a little water out. We're going to redo it a little bit. But we fixed it up after 100, and think of it, it was 1922 that it came about, and from the day it was built, it leaked. From the day it was built, it didn't work. But when it did, when they had water, it was beautiful. It reflected Washington, the Washington Monument. It reflected Lincoln and Washington. Think of it. How beautiful. How beautiful. And these people went in and cut it up, and they got caught. We'll see what happens with them, but they got caught.
but they put a big gash, 350 feet long. Think of that, 350-foot gash along the side of this very expensive material. But it will have it all. It's already good. We want to have it done for July 4th, and it was done for July 4th. And it's operating right now, but we'll let a little water out. We'll fix it up very quickly, Doug, and it'll be just as good. But we have, for the first time ever, what they don't say, we spent a very small amount of money too. What they don't say is Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama spent tens of millions of dollars trying to fix it, and it was a disaster. Sleepy Joe Biden spent millions of dollars trying to fix it, and he was unable to do it. But we did it, and it works beautifully. It's a beautiful, we got rid of the algae which they put in. They put in algae. Who the hell put in algae? They had a couple of people with signs, protect the algae. Can you believe this? This world has gone crazy. But today I'm proud to say that after 4 years of decline, America is once again a nation that has strong borders, is respected by everyone, all countries all over the world. They respect your president and they respect you. When they respect your president, they respect you. And we solve problems and we take things on, just like Theodore Roosevelt took things on. He took them on directly, right at them. He stared in their face. But our laws will be enforced. Our laws will be protected. And our law enforcement is respected again. You know, one of the things that I'm most proud of, when I was running in the campaign and even before I announced, you could not get people to join the military. We had the worst years we've ever had under Sleepy Joe Biden. He had no idea what the hell he was doing. And people were ashamed of our country. And you couldn't get them to join. And then we had a beautiful day, November 5th, and we won it by a lot. We won by just a lot. It was incredible. We beat a woman named Kamala. We beat a brilliant young woman named Kamala who had no clue. She was the border czar. She never went to the border. She never called the border patrol. I said, fellas, you ever get a call from Kamala? She's the border czar. No, sir, she never called. I used to call them every other day. How we doing on the border? 2 months, and we had a border that was perfect. 2 months. But Kamala never called, and she never went. So for 4 years, she was the border czar. She never went to the border. It doesn't typically play out very well. And we had the worst border in the world. But these are the people that were running our government, and we were a laughing stock all over the world. Not anymore. They don't laugh at us anymore. A government that was honest and accountable was the #1 demand of the Declaration of Independence. They want honesty. They want respect. And on this anniversary, we recommit ourselves to upholding that righteous legacy. And that's why I'm here. I'm in a state that I won by a landslide, but I won a lot of them by landslides, in all fairness. But this was a beauty. This was a beauty. And I refuse to tell you. My son said, Dad, don't say that. So I won't. I refuse to tell you who got more votes, me or the legendary, and he was great, Theodore Roosevelt. I refuse to say. Because you'll say he's a braggart. He's a terrible human being. He's a horrible person. So I refuse to say. I told my son I will not say. Thank you. Thank you for giving me some good advice, Eric Trump and Don Trump. TR was also a staunch and ferocious opponent of a thing called communism. You've been hearing a lot about that lately. He said the doctrines of communistic socialism, if consistently followed, mean the ultimate annihilation of civilization. Other than that, he thought it was wonderful. As we're seeing now, communism is the greatest threat to our country, including, I believe this. You know, when I said it, I said, boy, that's pretty severe, but I think it's true. It's the biggest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, September 11th. I think it's a bigger threat, potentially a bigger threat than that, because it's like a cancer that spreads, and you better stop. That's pretty severe, but We will never let the United States become a communist country. Won't happen. And thank you. Fourth, Theodore Roosevelt believed in an America that thinks big. He thought big. He was a big thinker. He was a tremendously big thinker. On the 4th of July in 1886, he spoke in Dickinson, North Dakota. Anybody from Dickinson? And said, like all Americans, I like big things, big prairies, big forests, and mountains. I want them big. He wants big wheat fields. He wants tremendous railroads. Let them be big and beautiful and powerful, and herds of cattle. He wants everything big. He wants big factories, steamboats. He wants everything big. It was cool. I mean, I thought it was great because I feel that way. I've always felt that way. Theodore Roosevelt wanted a big future, and he had big dreams for America. And thanks to him, we built the Panama Canal, that beautiful Panama Canal. That is not managed the way it should be, but we won't talk about that now. But he did all of these incredible things with parks and everything else, and we vanquished every foreign power from the hemisphere, and he raised the American flag on the far side of the world. He had our American flag planted on every part of the world. He would call, or whatever they did in those days, is the flag over there? Is the flag? He wanted that flag to fly boldly in other countries and other parts of the world. We built the Great White Fleet. Did you ever hear the Great White Fleet? We used to build ships. We're going to start very soon building them again. We're building them like, you see, although we do build the greatest submarines ever in the world. We're 15 years ahead on submarines and other things. We do other things great, but we're going to start with the ships again. We used to build a ship a day. And now they got out of that. A lot of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing in running our country. Theodore Roosevelt understood that the grand and righteous ambition is not a vice, it is a American virtue. Having ambition is a positive thing, he said, not a negative thing. And it won us our country, and it's been among the greatest forces for good. It's been the greatest thing. Our attitude and the attitude toward our country and making our country great by some people. Not all presidents were like that. I don't want to get involved with talking about the individual presidents, but we had some good. We had few great. We had a couple. But we had some good. But we had some real bad ones, and they set us back very, very substantially. In particular, the last one. A nation, like an individual, either rises or falls, builds or decays, lives or dies by this. As we look into the future of our 250th year, it's time that we get out there and we expand our aspirations and our ambitions and build the country that will inspire the entire world for generations. So that's what we're doing. Again, we have more money being invested in the United States of America by other countries and people than ever before, by many, many times over. The fake news doesn't like talking about it, but they see what's happening. Look at the stock market. Every day it's hitting a new high. I think it's 82 times now. In a short period of time, 82. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And all of you that have 401ks, which are many. Who is a 401k? 401k, yeah. Big percentage of the audience. Everyone that has a 401k is setting records right now in your 401k. Your wife, your husband, your kids, they all think you're a genius. I'm the genius. I'm the one that I'm only kidding. No, I told the story the other day for the first time. A policeman came up to me, a big, strong, good-looking guy, and he said, "Sir, I want to thank you." He was almost sort of crying. I said, "What do you want to talk to me about, officer?" He was standing on line. He was watching as I shook hands with people. Some of these people are extremely strong in shaking hands. They break your hand because they're so emotional. Sir, thank you very much. You guys an NFL offensive lineman. Sir, I'd like to thank you very much. Why? But he came up to me and he said, sir, I was leaving. I want to thank you so much. Why? My 401k is up 84%. My wife was disgusted with me for years. It was just going in the wrong direction. But it's up 84% this year. And I just want to thank you, sir, because it's really helped me with my marriage. My wife is respecting me again. She thought I was an idiot. This is a big, strong guy. But the women, you know the women rule. You know that. We know. All the guys in there, you know. This guy is a big, powerful guy, and he was petrified of his wife. But you know what? He said, my wife now respects me again. She thinks I'm a genius. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm one of the greatest investors. But they are up. But everybody in this room, there's not one person here that hasn't been going up 50, 60, 70, 80%. Your 401ks, you're making a lot of money. Everybody is. And we have more people working today than any time in the history of our country. We have more people working today than at any time. And we inherit a tremendous inflation problem from Biden. We inherited the worst inflation in history. 48 years, they say, but let's say history. It was the worst inflation, and prices were high. And those prices are all coming down. And you see fuel is coming way down. It's dropping like a rock, just like I said. Because those boats are coming out of the Hormuz Strait. They're coming out by numbers that nobody ever saw. We're setting records, actually. The oil is dropping. We have some great oilmen here. I don't know if they're happy or sad. I don't give a damn if they're happy or sad. I want the prices to go down, and the oil is dropping like nobody thought possible, but I told you it would. Total control. We have total control of everything. This is just the beginning of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age of America, and America is going to experience something that I can truly say, I believe, the best is yet to come. It's going to be coming, and it's here, but it's coming at speeds that nobody thought possible. Finally, Theodore Roosevelt understood that whatever our background, we are all Americans. We're Americans first, united under one flag. And we don't wipe our hands on a flag. Did you hear the person? One of our communist people. But they cleaned it up. The press cleaned that statement up. You know that, right? She didn't use the word hands. She used a different word, a disgusting word. They're disgusting pigs. She didn't use the word hand. They said hand. She used another word. You know what word I'm talking about. These people are a disgrace. That's why Theodore Roosevelt boldly fought for what he called the new nationalism. The word nationalism is a very interesting word. Putting the needs of the whole nation and all of these people above partisanship, lobbyists, crooked politicians. This is one thing with these guys. They are honest as hell. I'd let you know if they were crooked, if John or Kevin were crooked, I'd say they're crooked pals, but they're honest. Maybe they're too honest, actually. We got to get a little action going here, fellas. But no, these are great politicians. They're great people. That's why you put them back in office in record numbers, the two of them, all the time. But TR knew that true patriotism demanded caring for the worker, the environment, and the health and culture, and integrity for the nation itself. He was something special. He was a really great man. He was a man the likes of which you may never see again, but we'll all get close and we'll all try and duplicate what he's done, because he was a man of unbelievable genius and unbelievable toughness and principle. So I want to just say that it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be asked to represent our nation in the opening of what will be a truly great library, museum, or center. Call it what you want. And he deserves it as much as anybody that's ever been president of the United States, which is such a great honor. And I just want to thank everybody for being here on this extremely hot day. It's a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful state, and I want to thank you all. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The libtards hate that song because he says young man and they don't know what the hell that is. What is a man? What is a woman? Libtards don't know what that means. Now, for some of you libtards that have been coming in here and putting in some hateful comments about there's no proof of any vandalism on the reflective pool. Well, I got a video that we can play. This is 41 minutes ago was played from Fox. And yes, we are very gay for Trump, baby. Let's go. All right, for all you libtards that are over here doubting that there was some vandalizing, you should really listen to the 7 people that are going to jail. There is no proof that there was vandalizing. There's no proof. I will accept the rainbow right now. That's okay. Leave the rainbow for right now. That is the gay anthem. I'm okay with the gays. Gays for Trump, baby. Gays for Trump. There is some announcement for some felonies on this fake vandalizing. Don't worry, my patriots. We will see them suffer soon enough. In the meantime, we'll continue to entertain you. We continue to tell the truth, and we'll continue to argue with these dumb tarts. Let's take a look and listen to this announcement.
A major anti-violence announcement from the Justice Department in Chicago.
To put it mildly, the results of Operation New Dawn have been massively successful. 179 individuals were federally charged across 140 newly filed criminal cases. An additional 305 fugitives were apprehended and brought into custody.
And from Chicago down to Washington, D.C., where the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, is holding a news conference regarding vandalism to the reflecting pool in between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Let's listen in here.
Did I get over? Yeah. And today, I thought it was important to call this press conference because one of the most offensive images that I hold in my mind are the images of national monuments that are being defaced, roped, torn down, graffitied, and damaged by individuals. I have a vivid memory of this happening several years ago and over time, where our national monuments and statues are being torn down, and this is not the way of a civilized society. It is anarchy. And our nation has weathered moments of anarchy and chaos in the past, and individuals have made a decision, many of them, to destroy and to damage national monuments, not taking into account the fact that the rest of the nation considers these monuments important and necessary to our history. But this unchecked vandalism and civil disorder turns into criminal behavior, and that's why we're here today. They are an affront to the dignity of our shared history, and we will not allow our sacred monuments to be roped off, defaced, or diminished, or in any way impacted by disgruntled individuals who think that they, and not the rest of the nation, have the right to decide what should happen. These landmarks and monuments belong to all of us, and they must be protected for generations to come. And the president, when he came here in his executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful, brought in a fresh injection of resources, both for my office and for all of law enforcement, to make D.C. safe. And the other part of that executive order was to make D.C. beautiful. And as part of that, in anticipation of the celebration of 250 years of American history, the president, as you heard from him, has been able to improve and to clean up 50 parks, more than 48 monuments that have been repaired, 22 fountains have been returned to service, and these monuments and fountains must be protected, and those who decide that they want to do harm will be held accountable, just as they have been held accountable in the criminal justice system in so many of the press conferences that you have been in this room to witness. D.C. has experienced a renaissance like it has never experienced before in both safety and in beauty. Today is about accountability for damaging a national resource, a national treasure, and that is the reflecting pool that runs from the Washington Monument to the Lincoln Memorial, which is, of course, a symbol of D.C.'s beauty and history. Now, it was recently renovated with significant funds and investments. Any tampering undermines that. And make no mistake, if anyone decides they want to damage that, whatever they think their reason is, or whether they think it's justified, or whether they think it's not important, will be held to account. This is a priority not only for the president, but for myself as well. So, today a grand jury has returned a felony indictment against a defendant, David Hearn, for felony destruction of property, for which he faces 10 years in prison. The indictment is in response to an incident that occurred on June 19th of 2026, in which the defendant Hearn ripped a piece of recently installed sealant on the bottom of the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial. The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. This was a deliberate act to damage the reflecting pool at the National Mall that members of the National Park Service actually have worked hard to restore and have witnessed. By Hearn's own admission, on June 19th, he reached down into the pool. Our evidence further shows that the National Park Service employees observed Hearn actually forcefully and violently pulling up and removing the bottom liner with both hands. According to witnesses, Hearn damaged approximately 2 square feet of sealant from the bottom of the pool. A parks employee actually told Hearn to stop his behavior and stop what he was doing. Hearn reacted by shouting at that park's employee, saying that she cared too much about the reflecting pool, and why did she even care, since it wasn't her pool. Now, Mr. Hearn's behavior was characterized by witnesses as belligerent, rude, and disrespectful, according to National Park Service employees that witnessed the event. Now, let me talk a moment about those employees. Many of those employees have come from around the country because they are proud of this nation. They are proud of the 250th anniversary that we are about to experience. Many of them have decided to step away from their desks and to go outside and actually work next to the pool to witness what was going on, as opposed to staying in a cool office. These are the witnesses that we're talking about in this case. These are the people who care about this particular monument and what is going on. They work long hours and they are tireless in their efforts, and they must be shown respect and not be treated with belligerence and with disrespect by those who seek to damage the very monuments that they are there to protect. And they certainly should not have to witness the damage done right in front of their faces. The United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia remains committed to protecting our national resources, our monuments, and our parks from vandals, and we are especially committed to doing so in advance of our 250th anniversary. Now, I don't know if you want to add anything to this? Sure. Deputy Chief? Deputy Chief Lamont from the Park Police.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deputy Chief David Lamont, and I am the Field Operations Division Commander for U.S. Park Police. U.S. Park Police's mission is to support the mission of the National Park Service and the Department of Interior, and to safeguard lives and to protect cultural resources. We understand this summer there are a lot of events for America's 250th birthday, and the U.S. Park Police will be very visible downtown. Our job out there is to keep people safe, and we encourage people to come down and enjoy the parks. That being said, if anybody does come down to the parks, commits any acts of violence, or commits any other acts such as vandalism, we will hold them accountable, and they will either be cited or arrested.
Okay, questions?
Was this part of the pool, you know, there had been some damage before, was this part of the pool specifically, was the sealant already partially removed? Did he rip it back? He just described in detail, because he maintains that it looks the same as it did before he arrived. That's his.
You know, I'm not going to get into the evidence, but what I told you is what our witnesses saw and experienced. There was an effort, a violent effort, to rip up the sealant from the bottom of the pool. And irrespective of whether or not, you know, we think that, you know, there is some situation that preceded it, we can state and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage, and that damage is over $1,000.
Key in on that. How do you prove that $1,000?
With an expert. Come to the trial.
It has to be drained? Like, is that because it has to be drained?
We'll hear all that at the trial.
Did he have any tools, or was it just his bare hands?
Right now, we believe it's his bare hands, both hands.
So does that indicate in your belief that it was probably damaged before, or do you believe that he
he damaged it.
Further, but do you believe it had already been damaged before?
He damaged the pool.
Before he touched it?
He damaged this pool.
But there have been, you know, all these videos out.
Well, good. I'm glad you've got that evidence. Come on in the grand jury. You can testify. Next.
Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome.
The citation that Mr. Hearn received suggested that he would be charged with misdemeanors, but the president obviously called for this to be a felony charge here. Did you ultimately decide to charge this so harshly at the president's direction?
I didn't charge anything harshly. I charge according to the evidence. When we have witnesses, when we have the defendant on record saying things that are not true, And we have witnesses who are disinterested, who have no motive to lie. They have no agenda. They're just working there. And they are actually witnessing damage to a national monument. We're going to go forward. Now, my office reviews all citations. Everything that the police do in this jurisdiction is reviewed by my office. We review it. This is a case with tremendous evidence, and this is a case where the evidence dictates where we land. Next.
Just trying to figure out, there have been other people who have been arrested for
Yeah.
incidents at the reflecting pool. Are you taking all of them to the grand jury?
It depends on the evidence that we have. We have about a half a dozen other cases. Some of them will be misdemeanors, and some of them could be less, like a violation. But we're reviewing every case based upon the evidence and reviewing all of the reports. And right now, it's about another half dozen misdemeanors. Yes, sir.
The president said that somebody took a box cutter and cut the
Yeah.
reflecting pool. Is there any update to that case? Is there any
Yeah.
evidence that you can point to as a follow-up?
You know, I was at the reflecting pool yesterday, and I think it's very sad. Someone intentionally did a tremendous amount of damage to the pool, and you can actually see where all the cutting is. They took a sharp object and cut for many feet along the pool. Well, when I file a charge, I'll be happy to show you a picture. All right. What I'm trying to do is we're trying to find out who did it. Okay. And until we get to that point, I'm not going to be able to, discuss anything more than there was tremendous damage that was caused. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. 4 years ago, we have that guy from Indiana who damaged the Washington Monument. He pled guilty and he was misdemeanor. What are you trying to do? Send you like a strong message from now on who damaged and gonna get a big penalty, looks like?
We are in a lane where it depends on the evidence. If the damage can be repaired for less than $1,000, it's a misdemeanor. If it costs a lot more than $1,000, then we're at the felony level. It's up to the judge to decide what the sentence is after a jury looks at the case. My job is to look at the evidence and to bring it to a grand jury who agreed that this should be a felony based upon the evidence that they heard, and they returned a true bill that this person should be charged with this felony. One more.
Thank you for your time today. How do you square charging this alleged criminal? When this is the same Justice Department that
already this is a problem.
Over 1,000 January 6 rioters who caused millions of dollars of damage.
Are you really talking about January 6th?
Yes.
I'm not. Okay, who's next? Not you. No. Yes, you again. Go ahead.
Could you please explain the bench warrant that was issued for his arrest? Is Mr. Hearn being arrested today?
Do we have a... Yeah, he's not being arrested. No. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't take a check of unanimous versus non-unanimous, and as soon as they give me a right to do that, I'd be happy to do that, but I don't have that right. Thank you, everybody. Have a great 4th.
Like threat environment ahead of the 4th.
Have a great 4th. Shut the hell up. Man, you guys, you libtards are truly a bunch of fucking haters. What? Did your mommy not hug you when you were little? Did you have a drunk dad that didn't give you some attention? What the hell happened to your life? Why don't you tell us all about it? Tell us why you're so sour about life. Is there any news that they can tell you that you will not say lies? You're a bunch of Marxist fucking morons, is what you are. You libtards are unbelievably stupid. I can't believe that America has birthed libtards that stupid. Wow, what the hell happened? This is what happens. This is the result of sex, drugs, and alcohol. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. All that sex and drugs and rock and roll created all these libtards that we have today. I blame all of you who supported that. I like rock and roll too, but not the sex. Oh, and the sex, but not the drugs. Oh, man, that's horrible. That's horrible. Let me see. What the hell is this? Some sort of libtard with some fake-ass babies. Let me see what this is.
This lady's kids are fake, and this is what mental illness looks like.
Hi friends, it's Monday, June 1st, so we are going to get what for dinner? Pizza Hut! Let's go get our pizza. Hi, for Rebecca. Thank you. Thanks. Pizza! First we'll look at it. Here it is. My butt doesn't fit with all these cup holders and stuff. Alright, so, like, we're all in it, I guess. I look huge. Okay. Well, this is how we're gonna be. This is how we're gonna be. Let me get the pizza. Okay. We're not gonna spill it this time. Water. Okay. Who wants this little pepperoni dangling? You? Nope. You at me. Huh. We'll feed you first. Yuck. What? I don't like crust. You literally just ate it, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Alright, Im, you're done being the center of attention. Did you get water all over you? Alright. Okay, guys, stop moving around so it can be my turn to eat soon. Pizza! Hers is bigger than mine! Okay, well, you can have another piece. Stop complaining. Done! You don't need to yell. Try again. I'm all done. Okay, thank you. You don't need to eat the crust. I can eat it. A little too big a bite. This is so good. Did you girls enjoy it?
This just proves that women will do anything except for take accountability and fix themselves in order to make themselves palatable in the dating market.
She doesn't need to wear a tag to know that's a libtard. That's the kind of people that vote for Democrats. Yeah, these people don't vote for Republicans. Anything that makes too much sense, they hate it. It is a fact. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works, but I want to share this one right here. This is the one I want.
White House
show some respect. Here we go. Now, Robert, not you, Robert Maga. The other Robert that says, I want you to acknowledge me again. Robert 7541. This video clip, it's for you. I hope you enjoy it.
Show some respect, you people. You're talking to the best governor in history. Fourth biggest economy in the world. Oh my goodness, we thought he was out injured. The crowd is losing their minds, and look at the governor's face. No way. Quit your crying. I'm just like you. I got 960 SAT scores. Frankly, I think we are nothing alike. I don't need illegals to vote by mail to win an election. Give me $100 billion more for my California high-speed train, and I'll leave you alone!
Okay, I'll think about it if you do one thing.
Acknowledge me! Oh, what a slap! He's rocked! Chair shot! Right to the skull, he's down! Throw it over the top! to confront the commander-in-chief. She takes a super kick to the face, and she's out cold. Completely out of it. Here comes Jeffries running down the ramp. This is Jim Crow 2.0. He slammed that T-Mobile Obama. Voter suppression.
Robert, bro, that's what came to mind when you said acknowledge me again. Acknowledge me. Oh my goodness. Woo! Oh man. That is funny, bro. That is funny, man. Acknowledge me. Oh man, that is priceless, bro. Priceless. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. What? The Cito sent 2 stars? 2 jewels? What the Oh boy, man, let me tell you something, man. That is hella funny, bro. You want me to play that again, church boy? All right, let me play that again. Let's take a look. It's worthy. It's worthy of replay. Here we go. Oh boy, here we go. I love it. Acknowledge me.
Show some respect, you people. You're talking to the best governor in history. 4th biggest economy in the world. Oh my goodness, we thought he was out injured. The crowd is losing their minds, and look at the governor's face. No way.
Quit your crying.
I'm just like you. I got 960 SAT scores. Frankly, I think we are nothing alike. I don't need illegals to vote by mail to win an election. Give me $100 billion more for my California high-speed train, and I'll leave you alone.
Okay, I'll think about it if you do one thing.
Acknowledge me! Slap, he's rocked. Chair shot, right to the skull, he's down. Thrown over the top. He's crashed through the announcer. Absolute carnage. I'm the boss. Now Harris comes into the ring to confront the commander-in-chief. She takes a super kick to the face, and she's out cold. Completely out of it. Here comes Jeffries running down the ramp. This is Jim Crow 2.0! He slammed that T-Mobile Obama! Voter suppression!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, man. President Trump, it really is the greatest president in American history. He is truly amazing. He has failed so many times in his life. He was abandoned by those who swore allegiance to him, loyalty. He went bankruptcy multiple times, lost a casino, failed marriages. Many people that go through that, they go and kill themselves. They just can't handle it. Trump was broke as a joke. And he could have failed just like everybody else who has been rich, who has been billionaires. I know of a lot of people that win the lotto. Hundreds of millions of dollars in the lottery. No brains, no common sense, no critical thinking skills. They just got too much money all at once. And you know, I always ask myself the question, what if I was a millionaire? What if I won the lotto for $100 million? Well, I've learned that you can't just throw money at society's problems. See, the problem is not education systems. The problem is incompetent leaders. So you can't trust people, just anybody with money. See, I will go and I grab specific areas that I know that need help. I will go build some new roofs, build some new houses in areas where I know that is needed, and I know that the people there work hard. I will make sure that the future of my children are taken care of. Something that socialists have no answers for. Socialists don't know how to take care of their children. As a matter of fact, the Democratic Party is the #1 crime prevention party. Abortion. My body, my choice advocates. Democrats are the party of murder, of rape, of insurrection, of liars, of fear-mongering. They're a bunch of socialists, communists, Marxists. How, you ask? Well, let me tell you how. Since you seem to be so ignorant about the subject. Wait a minute. What was that? I'm not sure, Jessica. Somebody blocked you, but I'm not sure what you were trying to say there. Huh. Yeah, I don't think she was talking about Trump. Jessica, it's for Trump. So anywho, guys, be careful. Don't misinterpret somebody else's information, okay? So here we go. Let me see. Susan, another person trying to force the hand of God. You don't know when rapture will occur. Okay. But I think it was you, Susan, that is pro-socialism, and you think that we don't know what communism is. Apparently, you're probably new in my channel. I know Susan's in here, but you might be new if you don't know where I stand with that. Well, I mean, you know, if I say no, I will be an idiot because I'm going to show you a Democrat that actually is, I believe, an American patriot. He was on last night on the Sean Hannity show, I think. Let's take a look.
With reaction, Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman. I think I know you pretty well. I don't think you want to abolish the police. I don't think you want to abolish prisons. I don't think you want to take away people's homes. I don't think you want Democrats seizing the means of production. I don't think you want criminals that commit rape and murder that are here illegally not deported. Am I wrong?
Oh, well, of course, Sean. And now the ones that difference between me and other Democrats, you know, we're a Democrat that's willing to call out these individuals and some of the absurd things that they have said and the kinds of beliefs they are. You know, the one thing that absolutely is in common, just contempt for Israel, that essentially is becoming just rank anti-Semitism. The individual that just won in Colorado, she refused to describe the situation where someone firebombed a group of Jews that was just rallying for the Israeli hostages at that time and killed a woman. She refused to even address that is that anti-Semitic. So this is the point. And now there's that strong correlation, anti-Israel, drifting into anti-Semitism, very, very intensely anti-American. And now just here, that individual also believes America deserved 9/11. And of course, Israel deserved the massacre of 10/7. That's been building. When I was on Jesse's show back in early May, I warned, I said the Democratic Party we're heading for an orgy of socialism. And now look, and here we are for these things. So these very specific kinds of candidates, these aren't my smears. These are using their own words and their own views and their tweets and the things that they've said and the way they behaved. And then, of course, you have the king of the dirtbags of P. Hustle up in Maine, roughing up ex-girlfriends and spend a decade on the social media called Kick that's been described as the predator's paradise for why people are on that kinds of platforms. So, as a Democrat, it's entirely appropriate to just call that out. I'm always happy to be on your show. You're not going to see me criticize or go after. We have some great candidates like Ossoff, Brown, and you have Tallarico. He's a nice guy, no matter what anybody would say thing. And of course, Roy Cooper in North Carolina,
Senator.
So these are normal Democrats. I don't know why we have other Democrats, even people that are calling for their jobs in leadership, saying you're next. Why can't you just push back and say these are abhorrent beliefs? Communism, socialism. And now for me, what my real concern is, the Democratic Party is going to put it into the platform, is an anti-Israel party, that Israel does not have the right to defend itself and to exist. And the second that becomes a formal part of our platform, and that's the one thing that would push me out of this party, because, I'm deeply alarmed the way the Democratic Party is going after Israel and allowing to just rank anti-Semitism to flourish, in the left on the campuses as well too.
Look, Tallarico may be a nice guy. If you know what the 6 genders that he's referring to is, I really appreciate you educating us, because I don't know what they are. Or God being non-binary, I'm not sure what he meant there either. He seems.
Sean, I don't agree with all those views either. Again, I'm not saying, but I'm saying. I think we can all agree. Paxton is kind of he has a little Plattner energy, too, as well too. I work with John Cornyn. He is a rock-ribbed conservative. He has actual respect across the aisle. So now Texas picked, Paxton. But for me,
let me ask you the big question. The big question to me is, the leaders of your party, the Chuck Schumers, the Hakeem Jeffries, why are they so fearful to speak out and take on these radical views that the Democratic Party never supported before? I can't believe that hardworking, blue-collar Democrats and Republicans in Pennsylvania support any of this madness. I don't believe that for a second.
What I'm saying is, as a Democrat, I will absolutely call this out who they are. I would never pretend to say anything good about any of this new crop of people that are coming into Congress. So I refuse to do that. Why can't you just say that? Every time you tell voters to say, oh, it's okay, no problem here, no problem here. People know, they have eyes, they have ears. They're appalled by it too, across, people. Then you lose your credibility.
Well,
so that's the way every Democrat should. We should police our own ranks right now and say, look, this is not a big tent kind of situation. These are people that have intensely extreme anti-American kinds of views. And now you've seen the new polls. 45% of Democrats are only proud to be American. I think
it's
that's
actually less than that. I know, it's sad. I have to let you go, but
I agree. It's
I will
pathetic,
say this.
honestly.
You
What I will say is that
you are
what
the
I'm saying
only
is it's like-
voice of reason in your party right now that I see. You really are, and
well, I'm saying it's like if less than 45% of Democrats are even proud to be an American, and I'm insanely proud and grateful to be American. If the numbers are that low, that's why they are nominating people that are an avowed communist and have deeply anti views. So for me, that's distressing to me as a
Senator,
Democrat.
I got to roll.
That's what it's all about. He is proud of being American. And that's what we always liked, right? About our country. We had Democrats, which, the red said the blue are stupid. The blue says the red is stupid. But both of them were actually fighting for this country. But the Democrats have been destroyed completely by communists, Marxists, socialists. They've been eradicated. And they are finally coming on. No. He's in the right party. Blue. He's in the right party. They're finally coming out of their shell. And now they're so ballsy, they don't care. Because the leftards are so blind and retarded. They're so gullible. You got people here who are so hateful of Trump, they can't see past their own noses. They don't even know why the hell they hate Trump. I support Trump. I love Trump because of all of his failures and successes and who he is today. But what you retards don't understand is that I am defending the United States of America and its citizens first. It doesn't matter the party. It doesn't matter that Fetterman is a Democrat. He puts country before the party. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Every libtard, Susan, don't make me cuss you out. Don't make me cuss you out. Every libtard knows you, patriots, are real Americans who love this country. You know that Democrats used to say the same things that Trump says today. Before they went globalist on us, before they got greedy with the money that they made, with their wasteful selves, they needed more money. Globalism, you can make a lot of money if you control the market. So what did they do? Hey, Jose Duarte, pleasure to see you here. So what did he do? The Democrats, they sold us out to China. They sold us out to the highest bidder. You have to see that for what it is. They got rid of our manufacturers. They enriched the Chinese government, the communists. They enriched the communist government of China. While our economy accumulated trillions in deficit, China's economy was making trillions of dollars. So much money, which is very interesting. So much money that they created these mega projects. They copycat the Eiffel Tower, German towns. But somehow, the Chinese people are still hungry. They don't have a roof over their heads. They have to come out with ways to make their apartments even smaller. The only good thing that came out of it is that they evolve a new way to invent things to create more space in a place where there isn't. And that's fantastic. It is great. It pushes people to go forward. But the fact remains, the only reason why we are in a 40 trillion deficit today These libtards don't understand because they're so retarded. I'm trying to teach you something. Use some common sense. If you have any ounce of critical thinking, start using it right now. Why does the American economy start losing hundreds of billions of dollars? Two worlds? I don't know who the hell you're talking to, but I do call people names all the time. And my brain just gets bigger. The truth hurts, doesn't it? I know, Susan. I know. If you're talking to me, I know the truth hurts you if you're against me. But the fact remains, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars yearly and more. Not only in tariffs that we were being extorted, we were being squeezed by China. We were paying so many tariffs, and none of you libtards said, "Hey, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute." Nothing. Nothing comes out of your brain. You guys have no critical thinking. You have no skills. But we think we have critical thinking skills, and we're like, wait a minute. So China, watch this. The libtards don't understand this concept. They're making hundreds of billions of dollars by the tariffs that we have to pay to China. But not only that, when the Democrats got greedy and they saw how much money they can make with globalism, they say, fuck the Americans. Yeah, they say, fuck you and fuck me. And they decided to make money for themselves. They didn't care about American manufacturers leaving. They didn't care about car factories going to China. They didn't care because they were making money. Not only was China making hundreds of billions of dollars on the tariffs that we had to pay, but they were making money in all the business that we gave them. Pay attention, morons. They were making money on all the business that we were giving them. They made trillions of dollars. If I am not an American citizen, you should be ashamed of yourself if you call yourself an American citizen, because you're a fucking idiot. A migrant comes over here and educates you on how you fucked up your own nation. How's that? You like that tone better? Okay. All right. Glad we're on the same page. With that being said, the logic from the libtards, the logic from the leftist people, from these retarded Americans, their logic is, oh, reciprocal tariffs, they hurt the American business. And that's not the worst. The worst is we're the consumers. We pay the price. See, these idiots, these morons, believe the lies of the Democrats. Everybody knows that paying tariffs is cost of doing business. And that is deductible as taxes if you own a business. So shut the hell up. Besides, businesses raise the price on us. So if we, the consumers, were truly paying for those tariffs, why did corporations like Costco, etc., went and sued President Trump and took away $177 billion that belonged to us, the American people, the consumers? Think. You got to think. Think about it. It doesn't make sense to say Trump fucked up their businesses because they were successful when they were buying shit from China. But now they're not. How does that help if we're losing hundreds of billions of dollars in the economy of our country? What do you think is going wrong? We're putting reciprocal tariffs. It forced countries to negotiate and renegotiate with us. I don't know how many times I got to explain. This is the price I had to pay for doing this show. But 75% of the people that come into my channel are new people. You don't know me. If you're soft, you're not going to join. You're not going to be with us. If you're a libtard, obviously, you're not going to be with us. But if you're an American citizen and you have brains and you have common sense, then you know what I'm talking about. Abel Flores is an illegal immigrant in this country. Somebody call ICE on this fool. He's falling asleep. Let me go ahead and kick him out so he can go take a nap. Go take a nap. Are you a hacked? Are you a fucking moron? Are you a stupid, ignorant idiot? Are you a libtard? Are you retarded? If you are, by all means, continue talking shit on the chat. But if that's not you, my advice is don't comment. See, when I use all these names, all these insults that I throw out there, when you retaliate to that comment, you're telling me that you are those things. You know what I don't retaliate, Jaxo? Because I know I'm not. You can call me all you want. You can go ahead and insult my accent, my looks. I am very grateful to God and to every patriot that actually is on my side. I know you don't agree with the way I talk, but you're still on my side, and I appreciate that. That means a lot. That means a lot. Windmills are falling down all over the place. Did you know that? Costing hundreds of millions of dollars to repair, and they pollute the ground. They are very There are a lot of pollution. There are a lot of pollution for the environment. Good job. Killing birds. Good job. Very good. Now, with that being said, oh my God, what the hell is that? Skytree. You are one horrific looking son of a bitch. Oh my gosh. You need help. Find some help. Uh-oh, you messed up. You crossed the line there, cowgirl. You crossed the line. Fuck you very much for stopping by. Now get out of here. Go to a leftist podcast channel. This is only for real men and real women. You guys are a bunch of pussies with a penis. That's how that works. You guys are a bunch of pussies with a penis. You don't even know what to do with yourselves. All of the leftist women got a bunch of pussies for husbands. That's how it works. Every single rally that I watch from a Democrat, the woman has the balls. And the men are the pussies. That's it. That's the kind of men you are. A bunch of pussies. Well, thank you for appreciating that I speak English, but I don't appreciate the ugly ass face that you have. Have a good day. Anyways, why don't we go ahead and change the subject, and let's give some attention to our beautiful mayor in New York. I know the leftists will love this.
I'm Dagan McDowell, along with my exceptional co-host, and with us for this hour, Fox News contributor, DeRoy Murdoch.
Amazing. Great to see you guys.
Zoran Mondani making his socialist dreams a reality in New York City. Mondani locking in an 11th hour deal on his record $126 billion budget that delivers government handouts, puts the city on the verge of a fiscal crisis, and gives nothing, nada niente, to law enforcement.
These past months have shown us anything. It is that socialists not only understand economics just as well as the capitalists who came before, but that we can solve their years of mismanagement through an embrace of our principles. We will return to this budget as a reminder of how much more is made possible when we shake off the shackles of the status quo and pursue the transformative change that New Yorkers deserve. That means finding efficiencies, it means cutting waste, and it means taxing the rich.
The rest of the country,
It's too laughable. It's just,
You're not cutting any waste either, bucko. The country better be watching New York. Mondani's brand of politics could be coming to your doorstep. Socialist fever is now infected Colorado. They haven't come up with a vaccine for that yet. A DSA congressional candidate just defeated a 15-term Democrat incumbent in a primary just a week after Zozo's slate swept the party establishment. I don't know. Take this wherever you would like,
Come on, Roy.
But this budget is an abomination.
It is. And when Mondani came in soon after he was sworn in, he said, look, we really have no choice. It's the only choice we have to tax the rich in order to pay for all these things. He had multiple choices, which is he could have frozen spending. He could have taken the previous year's budget, was $116 billion, left it there.
Not giving himself a raise.
Not giving himself a raise. He could have said, all right, we're just going to keep up with inflation. That would have been $119 billion or so. Even that would have been higher than the $117 billion budget for the entire state of Florida. But instead, what Mondani did is say, okay, let's go all the way up to $126 billion. That's an 8.6% increase in spending. Roughly 3 times the rate of inflation, a big spending spree. And the only reason he's able to get away with this whole thing is that he was able to go to Kathy Hochul, who's terrified, Kathy the Hack Hochul. I think she was afraid that he would endorse somebody to run against her in a primary, knock her out. And so, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to stay on your good side? And she basically gave him $8 billion. He then proceeded not to give any money to the NYPD, not hire 580 new cops, basically raid 4 different municipal pension funds and not put money in the pension funds for those municipal workers. If you did that in the private sector, you'd probably be arrested for malfeasance and for misallocation of funds. And he's a charismatic guy. He's well-spoken. He's very crafty. I don't know what he's going to do next year. He doesn't have this $8 billion infusion from Albany. But it may look like a victory now. It's not going to last for long. And I think next year, when he doesn't have this magic fund come in from Kathy Hochul, he's going to be in really big trouble.
Can we talk about the relationship with state? And Jackie, I think we were kind of hinting on this in the segment we did last hour when we were talking about this. And I think I'm trying to figure out not who is at fault, but how this comes down. So Hochul cowed to him because she was too afraid of being primaried. Hakeem Jeffries eventually said, okay, we support the Democratic Socialists of America, even though I didn't endorse them, because the end, it's a means to the same ending.
We have a big tent.
There's something bigger, right? That like we have different ways, but the end goal looks the same. So I think I'm trying to figure out in the Democrat Party, is it shame on that establishment, the Hakeems, the Kathy Hochuls, for not standing up right now at this moment? Or is it a smart realization that that is the future of the Democrat Party and everyone is shifting that way? And I think I'm trying to figure out within the Democrat Party, I guess, sort of who is in charge. And to me, it seems like Hochul and Hakeem Jeffries are sort of ceding that power and saying, okay, this is the future, and the Democrat Party is going to go there. And I'm not sure that means it's good for Republicans, though.
Because they're scared, and there's nobody like John Fetterman or even Slotkin now is standing up against this and saying, we're not going to, this does not represent us. Let's not mix this all together. Unfortunately, they're few and far between, but some of these folks are realizing that if they don't get on board with this, they will not continue to hold on to power. And so that's a real problem because it's like a browbeating situation almost, whether or not they actually believe it. Having said that, this taking money from the pension funds, deferring pension fund payments, to me is a huge problem, and I agree with you. He should be in jail because, I mean, this is crazy. We were talking about, in the break again, Medicaid for all, after we were talking about the Colorado congressional race and the winner there and her statements that she was making. One of them was Medicare for all and, you know, how you throw granny off a cliff. Pension funds deferral. I mean, people count on this money. That like blew me away. And then he's talking about waste and whatever and not hiring cops. To me, hiring cops is not a waste. All the other things you want to spend money on, like free grocery stores, government housing, free buses are now off the table because even with the expanded budget, he can't manage to muster enough money for that. This is just wild. I mean, we talked about having to live through this so other people can see. This is torture.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he said in the beginning that socialists now understand economics better than capitalists. And I have to tell you that I take real big exception to that. Here's the big problem. You're talking about a man who has never run a business, doesn't understand how to generate any cash flow, managing $126 billion. And we covered Nike earlier, which does like 60 billion or some crazy number in revenue. This is a gentleman that doesn't understand the sources and uses and now has a giant checkbook in front of him. And he's going to ruin it for a lot of people while the city continues to be destroyed. I don't think he understands that the $126 billion is actually generated from capitalism. Well, that's how the money got there.
Yeah. This is defund the police. I saw John Chell earlier, is it John, the former chief of department here in the NYPD? Saw him early this morning. You have so Mondani caved to the socialist who went after him. All the lefties went after him about any addition to the ranks of our police officers. There is natural attrition every year in the NYPD. And so when you do not expand the head count, you are not, like, when you don't give any money for that, you are defunding the police. And the very fact that around 50 elected officials and advocates, including the local Democrat Socialists of America chapter, gathered around City Hall last Thursday to protest his about face that he was planning to swell the police department ranks by just 580 police officers. And then he caved on that. Ultimately, he sided with the protesters.
Let's talk quickly, Dagan. You and I have been tracking this. Illinois, what to watch for New York? Illinois didn't fund their pensions. They're facing $200 billion unfunded pension liability. Illinois, when they go to market to sell bonds to fund a road, a school, you name it, they pay a significant more because the risk of taking on that debt. New York City could be facing, I think they came to market in like March, paid a little bit and you're starting to see spreads widen. And as investors are saying, I'm going to demand a little bit more of a return from you because I'm not now fully trusting in your ability to repay me. So you've started to see that. Illinois also issues pension obligation bonds. They go to market, they sell debt to fund their pensions, hoping to then pay investors back in the future. I don't think, maybe New York City does it. I don't think they do yet. Let's watch that. So I think for me, Illinois is sort of my case study of massively unfunding pensions for 15 years. This also can be a double-edged sword because you don't fund a pension for a police or a firefighter, and you're telling me one thing. But he's also then not funding pensions for teachers, sewage, waste work, like city and those workers who also support him because those are all big unions. So not funding the pension can work both ways. It can, I think, help him by we hate cops, but also his constituents in the unions are now going to be seeing their relationship with their pension look a lot different. How long does it take them to realize that he's been the problem of that?
And also, if you're driving away billionaires and businesses, keeping them out or sending them away from New York City to other parts of the United States that are friendlier to businesses, lower tax, you are not creating union jobs. We talked about this with the head of a steam fitters local, the president, that, for example, Ken Griffin, you have, say, construction that doesn't happen. Those are private union jobs. You are directly, literally turning your back on the unions if you are not aggressively courting new construction, private construction in New York City.
You know, there's sort of a fact check on this whole issue of the Democrat Socialists of America theoretically defeating moderate Democrats. All these moderate Democrats are getting wiped out. This is ridiculous. The people who've lost are far left Democrats who've gotten wiped out. For example, last night, Donna DeJed in Colorado, this is the CPAC rating. 0 is most liberal, 100 is most conservative. Her CPAC rating is 3.39. 3%. She votes with conservatives 3% of the time. Adriano Espaillat, who got knocked out here in New York, city a week ago last night. His lifetime rating is 2.05.
Yeah, so not so moderate.
These are not moderates. They're no moderate Democrats. You have far left Democrats who are being knocked out by even further left Democrats. So let's be clear on that. The people that they're defeating are very, very left. That's not even good enough for this new modern Democrat Party. We've got to be radical left, going over the edge left, not just super left. That's no longer sufficient for these people.
I don't mean to drive the car in the ditch. Could these people be defeated by Republican candidates in these districts?
They might if they get independents to support them. It could be, and if they show up.
Populism is a horseshoe.
Well, it
and
is, and also if Republicans show up, if they stay home and say either I'm grumpy, I don't want to vote,
Has to be a moderate Republican,
or if they think hey Trump's in control, everything's cool, it's all in his hands, so I'm going to stay home. Republicans need to show up at the polls. It needs to be 100% GOP turnout.
I also think.
I think that you guys. Let me tell you, man. Let me just give you this as politely as possible. You guys are fucking morons. You guys are so fucking stupid. Let me educate you a little bit. You guys look at the word socialism, and you grab the meaning, but you gather no wisdom. You don't interpret it the right way. Social programs. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to help people, but that's not socialism. That is not socialism. Social security does not mean socialism. Police department is not socialism. You're grabbing the word literally, and that's not how this works in this country. The only reason why you do have those socialist things is not because of socialism. I know it's very hard for you to understand the difference. It's like the word love. You don't know what that means. You think love is just, no, it's not. Love is a lot more than just intimate relations. Capitalism works so good because wealth can be acquired. Wealth can be multiplied. Wealth can be used to provide jobs to people who need to make money. That's not socialism. You libtards want socialism because you don't have it. That's exactly right. They're envious. They're jealous. This country has not been successful because of socialism. Capitalist allows you to have private ownership, make as much wealth as you can, offer a fair wage. Capitalism creates progress. Socialism slows it down. It counterproducts progress. That's socialism. Socialism will force the person who came up with the idea to make a company that made all the investment, that took all the risk, that made all the capital and done all of the work. And it gives it to the people that don't fucking deserve it. That's socialism. So shut the fuck up. Don't come over here and tell us that we don't know what that is. What you don't understand is that the people are not in charge. The government is in charge. And what happens when the government is in charge is they use mindless people like you, idiots that are brainwashed into believing that there is such a thing as free money, that there is such a thing as free socialism. There isn't. The social programs that we have are only available because we have a capitalist system. The moment that you change that capital system and to be dependent into a socialist system, say goodbye to your fucking socialism. You fucking idiot. Oh, yeah? Who's in charge of New York? The people or the mayor? Huh? Who's in charge of Seattle? The people or the mayor? Who is in charge of Washington State, of New York, California? The people or the governor? Fucking retarded people. This isn't Honduras. Shut the fuck up. This ain't Nicaragua either. This is not Venezuela. But guess what? That's how it started in Venezuela. That's how it started in Cuba. Where they at? That's how it started in China. Where they at? That's how they started in Russia. Where they at? You fucking have to learn from history. Do your homework. The only reason why you can tax the rich is because capitalism made them rich. All you socialist, leftist Democrats want to do is be envious and jealous of those who have the will to sacrifice, to be able to put the work in, to invest, to put their life on the line. All or nothing. You live off the success of capitalist people. I open the lines and I ask every single socialist Democrat. I ask him one simple question. And I ask this question to conservatives, to capitalists. My question to capitalist people: how do you create more wealth? And the conservatives, the people with common sense, mostly Republicans, some independent, some Democrats, real Democrats, not the libtards that we have today. The answer is make some more investments, grow the company, create more jobs. Because when you create more jobs, you bring more money into the economy. I ask the same question to the leftist socialist Democrats. Remember, the answer from capitalists: we invest more. We save, we grow, we create more jobs. The same question goes to socialist Democrats. How do you create more wealth? Guess what the answer is? Guess what the answer is from a socialist Democrat? Go on. Put it on the chat. Right? Put it on the chat and tell me what is the answer that they give me every single time. And what I'm going to tell you is this. If there was no capitalism, their answer doesn't work. Guess what they say? If I say, how do you make more money? You know what they say? Come on, somebody say it. Say it. Somebody say it. Somebody put it on the chat. As a matter of fact, if you're a socialist or you know what they would say, put it on the chat. Tell me, how would a socialist make... Brian, you know it, brother. You know it. Tax the rich. Take it from the rich, says a proud American. Huh? So what if there's no rich? And let's say there's no rich. You know what happens? Let me tell you what's happening here in Seattle, Washington. So the socialist commie mayor in Seattle, Washington, she had the same mentality of the socialist Democrats that are in here talking shit. Well, let me give you facts. Since you don't want to believe history, since you don't want to see what Cuba looks like, since you don't want to see what Venezuela, looks like, since you don't want to see what China and Russia look like, let me just give you a fresh example here in Seattle, Washington. Take it from the middle class, Jose Duarte. They will pay the price as well. It's not about dividing. It's really more about uniting with the truth. Because you see, once their minds are open, they can be unplugged from the matrix, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, it's like the matrix. They're plugged in, so they're our enemy. At any given time, the corrupted government will turn them against us. But once they see the truth, they can unplug from the bullshit system matrix. And now we can take care of them. Now they can say, hey, Dennis, listen, bruh, you were right. We got to make an investment. Brother, I'm not as smart like you. And I would tell you, bro, I'm not as smart like Eric. Eric, he's a fucking fantastic guy. The guy knows how to invest. The guy knows how to run the market. The guy is so smart at saving money. He builds this and builds that, and he's a doer. He's a builder. He's a settlement guy. He's a settler. And, bro, we need to connect with this brother. But the leftists, socialists, Democrats, they're plugged into a system that abuses them, only uses them so that they can stay in power. Listen, you got to unplug. You got to unplug yourself from that lie. Whew. I love America. And I love American citizens because my children are American citizens. It's true. This country gives opportunities that other countries don't. But 250 years of capitalism has grown this nation to be the most powerful nation in the world and richest nation in the world. And those who practice socialism have thousands of years before us. And we're still greater than they are. What does that tell you? Listen, I'm very happy that I have more American patriots with common sense joining my lives. I really am. I really am. And no, that doesn't mean Republicans. It just means American citizens. Yeah, right now we support Republicans. Yeah, sure, you can call us that for now. But that's because Republicans have shown us that they're the only ones that put America first. American citizens first before illegal immigrants. They are the only ones who have been keeping a budget, and they have been able to accomplish more things that the Democrats have. Why was it that when Biden was president, even though they were garbage, get off this MAGA bullshit? Fuck, man. Grow up, you piece of shit. Listen, make America great. It's an American slogan. What the fuck is wrong with that? It is our freedom. It's what we want. We really do want to make America great again. And while we have millions of illegal immigrants, well, we're not there yet. The point is that we are a great country. And we got to defend it. Republicans seem to be the party that want to respect the law. Republicans are the ones that are pro-life. They're trying to stop you from making a mistake of killing an innocent child who can be the genius in your world. A child that you may think might be a burden, that child might just change your life. I have heard parents that their children says, Dad, you have saved my life. You have made my life happier, more successful. And I have heard the parents say, no, son, you saved my life. You have made my life more joyful. You have made me successful because I have you. Damn. That's powerful. That's how common sense works. Republicans are the only ones who have stood up against a war that has been war on us for 47 years. Republicans have the majority of Christian men. You see, socialists believe that giving all the food and money to the poor is the answer to hunger. But these retards don't know that all they are doing is not teaching them anything but to be reliant on someone to do it for them. See, we believe on helping people. I've clothed people. I've fed people. I have given money to people. But it always comes with one thing, advice. You can make your own money. You can buy your own clothes. You can buy your own food. Believe me, son, if you got a job, a full-time job, when you get your first apartment, even if all you'd have is a blanket or a bed that I may buy for you, when you walk into that apartment for the first time in your life, such a fucking feeling to have. A feeling of accomplishment. A good pride. Not a sinful pride, a good pride. A beginning to success. And when you buy your little couches, used or new, it doesn't matter. When you start decorating your living room the way you want it, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so responsible with what you have. Whether you accomplish to be rich, middle class, or you just happen to live life at average income, as long as you're happy, there's no shame in it. But you have to be happy. Eduardo, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I love your podcast. You speak the truth that nobody understands. Only the libtards don't understand. They like to be dependent on the government. They're like the hippies from the 60s. You know what I'm saying? These are the guys that want to stink like really bad BO. They want to have all the ugly-ass ghetto rags on. You know, I understand. Sometimes we can wear rags. It's okay. We just like to fucking, dress down or whatever. But these people, that's the lifestyle that they have. You know these people that want to live in a trailer or in a car and travel the world? Fantastic. That's a dream. That's a way to do it. But, good night, Margaret. But if that's what you want to do, okay. But don't blame others when things don't go your way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, free love. That's great. But the problem is they develop too many drug habits. I'm going to share this story. This happened to me when I was in Hawaii. I was in Hawaii for like 3 days. I went down there because I wanted to meet my grandpa he was flying from Samoa to Hawaii, and then I was going to help him with the luggage and stuff. And so I just took off. I went to Hawaii. I trusted that everything was going to be great. Well, I went down there and I had some money, but I didn't have enough to get a hotel. Well, the person that supposedly was supposed to allow me to stay with them, turns out that it didn't happen. So I made a joke and I made the video. I said, homeless in Hawaii. I'm out there. I'm homeless. I'm walking around with my little carry-on luggage. Just all the homeless, they just welcomed me. They thought I was just one of them. And so I made this video, and a big shout out again to Mr. Mikey. He dropped down $1,000 for me, and I appreciate it. That $1,000 gave me 3 nights at a hotel right by the beach, by the way, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. These are the things that people can do when they're capitalist. They can help somebody in need. Now, in order for me to, obviously, I paid it back, by the way, but in order for me to feel like I'm earning this is a job, whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You come and do what I do. You come and do how long we've been live? How long? 5 hours? I want my lives to go 2 hours. But I have so much fun with you guys. There's some days that there's so much information to share with you. I love it. Entertainment is a job. Journalism is a job. Comedian is a job. Setting up lighting is a job. Graphics is a job. Broadcasting is a job. Sound check is a job. Do you not understand how many jobs I have to be able to do this? You can hate all you want. But the point is this. I was in Hawaii. Capitalist was the one that was able to help me. A socialist was fucking broke. They had no money. I'm not telling all of you guys in here that you're socialists. I'm just saying. There is a bigger chance that a capitalist will be able to help you than an actual socialist. So I am in Hawaii. Beautiful weather. It's phenomenal. Hawaii is fantastic, man. Those people are blessed. Yeah, they can have some great, maybe storms, tsunamis, or all those dangers are always, present, I guess, in islands. But the weather is phenomenal. Their parks are so big, green, clean, beautiful. It's so easy. It's so easy to be homeless, for real homeless. You can fish off the ocean. Maybe you'll catch some fish. Maybe not. But once you are out there in the free, if you get used to it, you lose your shame. And you start begging for money. And then you lose more shame. And now you're taking a shit on the park. Not in the bathroom. Out of the open. Behind a little bush. And the temptation of just saying, I don't give a shit about anything. I don't want to follow anybody's rules. I don't want to go and follow somebody else's policies. I just want to be free. In Hawaii, I felt it. I felt it. If my wife throws me away, and I can't make money, I'm telling you, I would be one of those homeless. But that's the bottom. That is the bottom. I don't want to be at the bottom. I believe in capitalism. I don't believe that a person getting rich does not make me any poorer. That's not what that means. You know what actually gets me poorer? Raising minimum wage. Yeah, you think, okay, now I know that Dennis is fucking crazy. No. Listen to me. We have inflation. I get it. Our money does not depend on the stock market. It depends on the local economy, the circulating of our income, what you buy, what you get. If you don't have rich people that can afford your service, you're a mazooz. Okay, what the fuck are you providing? Are you giving feed? Are you giving medicine? Are you clothing somebody with being a masseuse? No. What do? You provide a service. Can a socialist pay for that service? Only if they're ripping off a capitalist. My point is, we want rich people because we're laborers. See, everybody has a position. You don't have to be ashamed of it. You don't have to be ashamed of it. You know, so what if somebody cleans the toilets? If they're done janitorial service, so what? As long as you're paying me a fair wage, a livable wage, I will clean toilets. I will tell you this. I will tell you exactly. Everything goes up. That's right, Jose. Everything goes up when you raise the minimum wage. But why do people think that we need to get our minimum wage raised? This is where the socialist Democrats, the government, comes in play. Because they are the ones putting up all these bills that make prices go up. Regulations, prices go up. More procedures, prices go up. This whole CQW, whatever this freaking thing is that they passed between Canada, Washington, and California, it's raising prices on gas. Now, for the longest time, I've been telling you that it's not Trump's fault that gas prices are so high, but you leftist people don't want to listen. The barrel of oil went up to $120, I believe. Up to $120. Gas prices went to $6 in some states. $5.80 over here in Washington. Now the gas price, the barrel of oil, let me refresh to get you the right number. $72.23. It is still $10 plus cheaper than the lowest price with Biden. And the reason why you don't see that $3.19 price of gas is because of all the taxes and the regulations that your socialist Democrats have put on gas. And what's funny is that people say, oh, you know, when they were blaming Trump, of course, they were saying, well, because of the war in Iran, gas is expensive. And what happens when gas is expensive, Dennis? The food goes up. The farmers' prices go up. Vegetables, blah, blah, blah. Shut the hell up. I always acknowledged that it did raise the price of gas. But we told you over and over and over that it was temporary. And what I told you was focus on your local government. What are they doing? Look at the local taxes on gas. Look at the regulating fees. Look at all the things that they are putting on gas. They come up with all these projects. They tax the shit out of the people and they lose the money. When we ask them to tell us where the money go, oh, well, we don't know. $12 billion. I don't know. But I promise, if we pass another bill for $2.5 billion more, I will make sure that I track every dollar. Nah, bitch, where's the other $12.5 million? That's what I asked. Where is it? Don't deflect. That's just the way it is, man. That's just the way it is. MiG 71, man. Hey, listen, man, you guys are fantastic, bro. I really enjoy all of this talk that I have with you guys. Listen, I say this over and over again to people. People want me to censor the way I talk. People don't understand, and I'm speaking in a generalized manner. I always have to give that little disclaimer, right? Because people don't understand what I mean. You're coming into my channel. It's my house. Respect my house. Now, I'm going to be cussing people out. In general, don't reply to those. Don't call yourself out. Nobody knows who you are. Well, we know our trolls. We know. Socialism doesn't work. It has been proven and disproven over and over and over again. You can't fucking talk to me about socialism and communism because I've seen it myself. It never works. And the fucking idiots that believe that it does, they end up paying the price in the end. And so I'm trying to avoid you from having to pay that price. Support capitalism. Stop being jealous and envious of successful people. You got to learn to invest, educate yourself. If I lose money doing this, it's my choice. If I need to go get a job, I will go and get a job. Full time, the one that you want me to do. I had this girlfriend, this Mexican girlfriend, when I was working as a manager at a company, typing. You know what she told me? She said, I wish you had a real man's job. And I said, shit, I'm making more money than working a real man's job, according to you. She says, I want you to do construction. I want you to be manlier. I want to smell you work like a man. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with my Hugo Cologne? What is wrong with my suits? Anyways, hey, listen. I love you guys, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Let's have a good weekend. Thank you guys for being here with me. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And I'll see you on the next one.